Field. Bombgars, you'll find what you need when you need it.
So that's what we're continuing to track on radar.
And I know Eric, he was there in Greenfield a moment ago, so he's heading right toward that one. So we may be able to check in with him here in a few minutes from his tower or his vehicle cam. He was headed right toward that cell that was going into Lockwood and Greenfield there on 160 a few moments ago.
I really like how we have Amy. This is why I love this Facebook comment stuff. If you guys type in the comments, I'm going to try to show it off. I try to read as much as I can. I'm doing a lot at once. I'm forecasting. I'm getting the graphics going, and I may miss some. I apologize, but this is why it's so awesome. Is you guys can. You're in Carthage. You know, we got Amy watching from Carthage. She's giving us reports, cloud to cloud, and I think she also said cloud to ground lightning in Carthage. So that makes a whole lot of sense with that system that started moving. That is not severe warned, but I mean,
cloud to cloud to cloud to ground light. That's worse than cloud to cloud. It looks like. That's just what she was reporting there from Carthage.
I'm going to pull up Eric's shot, Mike, and if you can talk about that for a second, I want to look at some of these cameras and see if the report of a wall cloud. I'm going to start pulling up cameras in that area and see if we can see it. I do want to say that is not a wall cloud. What we're seeing in this shot, that is not the wall cloud.
And this is Eric's camera, I believe. Trying to look right here to see if he went down 39 from Greenfield or if he's on 160. We're going to know here in a second. He is coming up there on WW. So you can see off to the distance there in the west that both of those two, cells that we were talking about, the one impacting Carthage right now, he is on 39, it looks like, going south from Greenfield toward Mount Vernon. And so that was where, there was sort of that line map that you were talking about of concern as some of these cells continue to blossom. They're looking at the radar, there's nothing, and then they're simply popping up. So here on 39, as you can see, it's pretty calm. I mean, you see it's cloudy right there, but if you look off to the right-hand side of the screen, that's where things are really clouding up. And so I would anticipate as he's continuing to maybe drive south right there, or if he goes off toward the west, he's going to run into a lot of that stuff that we're seeing there. Folks there in Carthage asking about that. They're experiencing all that right now. But they're in Mount Vernon. They're in the parts of Lawrence County. Still pretty calm. I mean, they are just still watching and waiting as we are here on the screen, Matt.
I'm hunting right now. I just heard from our sister station that is over in Joplin, KSNF, KODE, and they said, we got a good shot on our tower camera. And I'm like, do you guys have that tower camera online? Because I really want to see it, and I'm not finding it. I don't know if they have that online to show off, but
I'm trying to look here on their website. I know it's a few miles back toward the east from where the downstream camera would be at, where their tower is at there.
Yeah, things are starting to progress. Let's go with a different live drive. This is going to, this is Doreen into the Branson area. Starting to get darker. Clouds are starting to come into this area. This is not the point that I'm screaming, hey, it looks like it's still quiet for most people. If you're along I-49, you are seeing some activity at this time, but nothing. MoDOT Traveler Map, that's what I want to hunt, right? That's what has the cameras on it. That's what has the cameras. Here we go. Let's pull this up. All right, so I got the MoDOT Traveler Map up. We're going to pull up cameras. We're going to start hunting because there has been reports of a wall cloud.
Yeah.
I can't confirm it, right? So I want to try to look and see if there is anything.
Yeah, there should be several down there by 60 and I-49, which, Matt, you were saying one of the spotters was claiming that he was seeing some stuff up there. And it's not wanting to load for us, unfortunately. Technology, maybe it'll end up being our friend before it's said done here tonight.
I do want to say National Weather Service is saying that they're going to issue another severe thunderstorm warning. They are going to continue with, well, this warning that's happening right now. You can start to see how it's getting out of the polygon. It's starting to move out of it, and I believe they're going to start to kind of extend it. If I had to draw on the polygon, I'm guessing what another meteorologist do, but probably going to extend it out like that. So that's going to put not quite Mount Vernon, but Miller, Secoxy, eventually Lockwood is going to have this storm spin in their way. Where I really want to look at rotation, because if anything goes tornadic, this is starting to get tighter. This is not at the point that I say, hey, we got a tornado, but this is getting to the point where, I mean, it's getting closer.
And that would be near 1649, where they're looking up and seeing something.
Yep, here is 49, here's 44, here's 60. So it's kind of in between all of those. That is what I'm not at the point that I can say, yep, that's a tornado, or yep, that's rotation, but this system is trying to produce. It's trying to get stronger. It's trying to organize. Does it do it or not? I don't know, but I can tell you it's stronger now than what it was about 10, 15 minutes ago. Here's that next severe thunderstorm warning.
Right there.
I think I did a pretty good job trying to guess where that's going. This will include Carthage. This will eventually, if it stays intact, go, ooh, can I draw a straight line?
And that'll be right in that path
Going
where
to
we
Lockwood.
saw Eric there on 39. So he's obviously ahead of that at this point, but that's going to be where we were watching a few moments ago when he was driving south from there.
Okay, Eric, you said Eric is
Yes.
headed towards this.
Yeah, he was headed toward Mount Vernon, so we may have him go back toward the west a little bit because he'll be just kind of out of that polygon that we're looking at.
Okay, this is not Eric's shot. This is Doreen's shot. This is
She's
over at
on
Hollister.
86. She was.
This
seeing
is
her. There we go.
Eric's
There's
shot.
Eric's
So
there. He's
this-
coming into Mount Vernon right there, I believe, or maybe Miller. I'm trying to look there. This looks like this may be coming into Miller there on 39. Yeah, right around the curve there. So he's coming just south right there. You can still see off to the west where he's at.
Mike, this is awesome to have you here. I could show you a back road anywhere within a 200-mile radius, and you're going to go, yeah, I know where that is.
Yeah, I know. I mean, just being from around here, and then obviously, being in news for so many years, you travel these roads over and over. So it's, I'm surprising myself, but, there's off to the left is the high school there. So
I do need to say something. We do need to circle back. This right here, I don't know if you can see it. Let me go full screen on it. Tornado possible. Tornado possible. So National Weather Service is seeing the same thing that I was seeing. We were looking at this velocity. We're looking at this starting to get a little bit tighter. This would be the area. If there is going to be a tornado, it's to the west of Diamond. This is the area we're most concerned on right now. To the west of Diamond. This is to the south of I-44. I'm not seeing anything that makes me say that this is a tornado on the ground at the time, but National Weather Service is agreeing with us. Tornado possible. This is the best chance we've had of a tornado for today. This is the best chance of a tornado that we've had in, it feels like 6 months. It's been a while since we've had any kind of tornado activity. Tornado possible on that tack. So that's what we're continuing to watch. I know people are asking a lot of questions. Victoria is asking about... let me start kind of asking some questions in the chat. Victoria is asking a question about Aurora. Let me go back to radar. We can talk about that. Thankfully, things in Aurora don't look too bad right now. Here's the full radar. And we are... Oh, this is actually good. These were cells that are starting to... They were strengthening.
yeah.
Now they're starting to weaken again. So they're yo-yoing back down. That's positive direction there. So things are starting to look quiet in the Aurora area. This cell is just passing to the north of you. So Victoria, this cell going to the north of you, I don't think this is much of a problem for Aurora. We have someone asking about Springfield. This cell is also going to pass to the north of Springfield, but I do want to stress, this is the start of a very long system. We are looking at potentially going all the way until 3, 4 a.m. So it may be a while. We are getting reports of the stream buffering. Okay, that's something that we'll have to look into. I am pulling up like 30 things on this computer at once.
We're working it
I
hard
am
tonight
like
already.
I'm putting so many different fires on that it could be a good chance that it is on our end. So I may have to make some changes here with that. Shoot a text to our old engineer. We've been buffering a lot, huh? Okay. Let me start turning some things off and see if that makes it even better.
Parker says they're going to head off towards Stockton and Fairplay from 13, so that'll be in that general vicinity of that polygon they just extended off toward the northeast that we were just watching. So we could be seeing some stuff there shortly.
Okay. Where'd you say Parker was again?
He's going to be heading off towards Stockton and Fairplay, so kind of in the general vicinity of where that polygon was just extended off toward the northeast of that one system.
Okay. So, I mean, we got 3 shots out. Here is, well, you're not seeing much in that one.
A little blurry.
This is our second shot with Lex and Doreen. Quiet for them. Not seeing as much. And then let's go to that shot where Parker, where he is heading. Also quiet for him as we're still in this early stages. The storm's expected to develop. Storm's expected to move west to east. And let me see if I can get Jamie. Let's see if I can get the Chief. He is live one more time.
Oh, okay.
Here we go. Nope.
Well, that was not
Nope.
him.
There he is.
One of those. There we go.
Heading in the general direction of Lockwood. Locally, further east, not much going on. That will change later tonight. Looking at our hazards with overnight storms, still looking at 2 waves. And you may not be able to distinguish the waves, but we're getting this wave of scattered thunderstorms and thunderstorm clusters this evening. And then after that, right on its heels, there will be a cold front with a squall line that will sweep through the area late tonight through sunrise on Saturday. I think the highest severe weather chances and the highest risk for more intense severe weather will come with these evening storms. But even after that, with the squall line as it comes in, there's still going to be a risk of brief tornadoes, also hail up to quarter size and damaging winds. Looking at the forecast, it looks like scattered storms are starting to move in now, and we will find on and off thunderstorms throughout the night tonight. I don't expect the rain to come to an end here in Springfield until near sunrise. And for our eastern counties, it looks like it'll be after sunrise before the showers and thunderstorms clear those areas. Temperatures will turn sharply cooler tomorrow morning, but at least we'll have a quiet weekend before the pattern reloads on Monday. And it does look like another wave of active weather Tuesday into Tuesday night of next week. Bailey?
All right.
Well, okay, that's the update from Jamie. I do want to say we had a report of a wall cloud earlier. This is our weather watcher, Patty, does an awesome job for us. She's saying her spotter reports that the wall cloud not well defined, not persistent. So that has evolved in the right way. We had a report of, hey, there may be a wall cloud with this system. This is what we're watching. That would be, of course, camera wants to zoom in on me. Patty has said that is improving. It looks like that's not going to produce a tornado anytime soon. So that is a positive change. National Weather Service went with a tornado possible tag on that. We are going to try to work on the stream buffering. I already got people working on that, so apologize. Thanks for sticking around for us. Also, if you guys ask questions, let me know, and I'll try to answer some of those for you as this kind of progresses throughout the night. But positive update where the report of a wall cloud, that seems to be falling apart. And when I'm looking on radar, this system earlier was trying to get this tail.
Right there,
and if you remember from 5th grade, back in your weather unit, you get a hook echo. That's probably a place where the tornado is going to want to be. That was trying to hook around. It's starting to not really hook and become a little bit more linear. And the latest scan backs that up even more.
And you were
Starting
talking
to
about,
stretch out rather than spin.
some of those other cells, Matt, that you were talking about that have kind of faded out almost. I mean, there was quite a few of them there that were just popping up and we were watching, and so they're just fizzling away right there. But other ones seem to be popping up in their place, another spot. So
I think most things south of I-44 have really started to, they're popping up, they have gone back down. It is areas that are north of I-44. I know I'm reading the comments, we have people asking north of Springfield and Aurora. This is where it is starting to develop. These cells are starting to get a little bit stronger, looking closer to Stockton Lake, over in Greenfield, over in Cedar County, Dade County. Eventually, this will spill into Polk County. This is where that next rotation is starting to develop, starting to organize, starting to get stronger. I am hearing from the National Weather Service. They agree with us. This cell that just moved through Carthage, that moved through the Croxy area, that is not as strong. They're saying, hey, we're not seeing anything. We're not thinking about issuing a tornado warning. I know the lady that's issuing the tornado warnings very well. She's like, we're not popping it for this yet. We're keeping an eye on it. If it evolves, we'll pop it. But this does not look like it's going to turn tornadic right now. So,
and folks telling us they're seeing quite a bit of rain, in some of those areas, especially in Carthage right there, the wind's picking up and stuff. But that's definitely some good news for those folks out to our west.
Let's see if we can find some more tower camera shots. I wanted to pull up our own in-house tower camera. That's always a good shot whenever you got it. And we can kind of look what's going on in Springfield, because we do have people asking some questions. Hey, what's going on in the Springfield area? And
still gonna be a bit.
That's a shot from our tower camera. So I don't think
I know it's almost dark, but probably not that dark yet.
Yeah, so. not that dark on that tower camera shot. So we're not seeing that at the time, but we had a good shot earlier on downstream where things are starting to form. And it's the start. You know, Mike, this is the start of a very potentially long day.
Yeah.
Most of the stuff continues to fire up north of I-44,
And you've been talking about these two waves because we're just now seeing this first wave popping off. This is not even that second wave yet. So some folks may be sitting there thinking it's not doing anything, but it's definitely coming. We're watching it build before us. So
National Weather Service also saying the tornado watch goes until 1 a.m. So you're not seeing things now for a lot of places. That's as expected. The window is still very long. It's still potentially a very long event that we have to completely get through before we can issue an all clear, before we can get things to really start to improve to the point that we're not as concerned about a tornado threat. Let's go off to another live drive. This is Parker. Last I heard, westbound on Highway 32, Polk County, just saw lightning southwest of us. So really want to watch this and see if we can get a lightning strike to come in. Someone says it buffers as soon as you need to hear something.
Oh.
Okay. So I'm trying to ask for the people in chat, is it buffering mostly when we take Jamie? Is that the time that it really starts to lag for you guys? If that's the case, we can just stop doing it.
You can see as they're going west right there, it is darkening up cloud-wise. I mean, for a little bit there, we could tell it was not super bright back there, but as those storms are making their way closer toward us, as he's here in Polk County going toward Fair Play, you see the sky darkening up quite a bit. You can see some of the tops of those clouds especially.
I was hoping we'd get a lightning strike,
I would bet we'll see one before too long.
Because Parker said, hey, I saw one, and I go, all right, bud, we're going to pull up your feed if you got a lightning strike, and once we do, of course, we're not seeing one at this time.
That would be our luck, yeah.
Someone says it's time. Okay. Yep. People still complaining about the buffering, which, man, I don't know what to do on that. Guys, I'm the weather guy.
Yeah.
I'm the weather guy. We got to find a way to make that a little bit easier on us. I do appreciate everyone providing updates, and we'll see if we can. I'll start exiting out of things. Make this computer do less. I think that's the problem. Is we have the computer doing 10 things at once, and it's like, all right, I can't do it. I need a break. And we're like,
that's a lot.
Keep going, man. Keep going. We need you to keep producing for us. But let's go back to radar. Don't want to lose sight of those storms as they progress. This is the start. And kind of going back to what you were saying, Mike, earlier, let's zoom on out. Let's look at the bigger picture.
You got a couple more cells popping up there in front of that, right toward Fair Play where Parker's going. So that's kind of interesting. We were mentioning how some of those cells that we saw just kind of fizzled out, but we are seeing more of them just kind of pop up. And some of those ones that you're seeing, yeah, they are closer toward where Parker's going.
It's active over in Oklahoma.
Look at that.
They have multiple tornado warnings. This is the worst of the storm, over in Oklahoma. And this is what eventually spills into our area. There is observed tornado, and I believe this one radar indicated, but they have a cluster of chasers, and there was a funnel that was on the ground. This is what eventually comes our way. So looking at the bigger picture, we've been focusing on this small storm that's over in Carthage. I want to say small. It's still producing good size hail. It's still producing a whole lot of lightning, but compared to what is about to spill in, here's kind of that second wave. This is the stronger system. This is what brings rain for the people that are watching from Springfield and from Aurora, and that's the bigger impact that we need to continue to kind of keep an eye out on as we really progress. And I think most of that activity is going to move into Springfield. Models were saying 10 o'clock. It seems to be running slower than what the model suggests. So I think maybe closer to midnight. That's when we get this bulk of the system. But it tends to be dragging and taking its time, which is still going to provide a lot of opportunities for these storms to be good. Our window to see strong storms is not completely over. It's just quiet for now as it continues to inch closer and inch closer our way. So
yeah, it's been a long, 24 hours for the folks there in Oklahoma and Kansas, because I know yesterday they had several tornado-warned storms, some damage even, big storms out there yesterday.
It's just been the setup that we have been locked into, where it's waves after waves after waves. We had the rain that moved in on Wednesday. I believe that brought close to 2 inches in a lot of places.
Which
Some places
needed,
even more rain than that, and we're looking at more rain for tonight. Things will quiet down over the weekend, so it's going to be a nice weekend forecast. You get past tonight, we're going to have potentially 70 degrees for both Saturday and Sunday. I think we may be a little bit cooler. Maybe we only land into the 60s, but generally nice weather for those 2 days. And then we got another storm chance on Tuesday, more rain for Wednesday. So spring's here. This is...
It didn't wait.
I heard someone be like, oh, this is a false spring. And I'm like, what do you mean? We got tornado chances. This ain't much of a false spring. This is kind of the real deal. This is what it's starting to feel like. Parker's getting a good shot. Let me go back to that. He is... Maybe we get a lightning strike now. Yeah. Maybe we can get a lightning strike out of him. Last we heard, he was westbound on Highway 32. That was in Polk County, so I think he's getting a little bit closer to the severe warning storm that is into the Carthage area, the severe warning storm that's in Jasper County, about to go into parts of Dade County. That's what we're trying to keep an eye on. And, man, I am so unlucky. I feel like every time I see this shot, it's in the corner of the screen. Yeah. I'm like, oh, there's lightning strikes. I take it, and then, nope, not anymore.
Yeah. I mean, we can see it looks hairy, but yeah, waiting for those lightning strikes. I'm sure we're going to see plenty of them before it's said and done here, but as that moves toward us. Oh, I saw one right there.
Oh, I looked away. I looked away.
I promise you it was there. You missed your chance.
Oh, Doreen's also saying that she's seen lightning. Let's go to her shot. She's on Highway 13 towards Kimberling City.
Okay.
This is her shot.
Very
dark. So let's see if some lightning can...
that may show it better there.
I'm going to message our team about the buffering, guys. Guys, I'm trying to work on it for you. I just don't know how to do it myself.
Yeah, it's interesting how it's completely dark there at this point, and just to the north, where we still have got some sun illuminating those clouds.
Very dark for her, but it's quiet. It's in the early stages. This is what we're expecting. It's this first rain. The first range, a lot of these storms have a lot of wiggle room, and that's why we're more concerned about it. It's because once these storms have room to grow, room to develop, they get some kind of elbow room. They have the ability to take all the moisture around them, the ability to take all the energy around them, the ability to grow, to develop, to become something so much stronger than what they are. Yeah. This is why we said, hey, if there's going to be a strong tornado, if there's going to be a strong system, we're really concerned about it in this hour. But then Wave 2 comes in, and Wave 2 is going to provide rain and thunderstorms for everyone. It's not going to be as impactful as what these storms are, because these a line of storms is going to sweep in, and these storms are having to compete for resources. They're having to compete for energy. They're having to compete for everything. But that's what we're mostly concerned about, is the window for something strong to develop would be now. Yeah. Not seeing it now. Thankfully, it continues to stay that way.
And that one spot that we did see there between Seneca and Neosho that we had some concerns about, it sounds like that's no longer a worry there, at least for the most part.
No, yeah. We had a complaint earlier of someone saying...
A spotter.
A spotter saying, hey, we saw a wall cloud, and then... As it develops, they go, nope, this is getting better. This is starting to not form into a tornado. If anything, the wall cloud's starting to push out, and we're getting a positive progression on that.
There.
Man, something else. We said it earlier. Nighttime tornadoes tend to be more dangerous. Mm-hmm. Nighttime tornadoes are the ones that I'm a little bit more concerned about, because you have people that are going to bed, people that are trying to sleep, and then they're not prepared for these storms. In a lot of rural areas, they don't have the sirens. Yeah, they don't have a way to get the notifications. I know if you're sleeping in Springfield, you're kind of a little bit pampered, where
you've got those.
If there's a storm at 3 a.m., it's going to wake you up. It's going to let you know, but sometimes you can't rely on those sirens.
A lot of folks let their guard down, especially it may be bedtime, and they have not had any bad storms yet, or they've kind of fizzled out, and they think, I'm going to let my guard down, go to bed, not think about it, and then if you've got something else that comes through, I've seen that happen several times. It seems like so many tornadoes and storms that we've covered where there's been damage, it happens overnight. And so that's at the point where, people, they're not thinking about it. They need to have those ways to get those warnings, especially if they're not in an urban area that has those tornado sirens, to kind of give them that extra ability to alert them.
I am looking kind of these cells that are north of I-44, about to get closer to Highway 13. This is an area, I don't want to lose sight of this. Let me flip the radar source. A little bit clearer image. And look at this. This has really started to evolve. Yeah. About an hour ago, we were tracking cells that were in Newton County, McDonald County. Those have really disappeared. So I know some people from Aurora are saying, what's going to happen with those? those have fizzled out. That's awesome. The ones north of I-44, those matured. They've gotten even stronger to the point the National Weather Service is saying maybe some weak rotation in some of these. I don't think they want to issue any warnings, but they're trying to watch that as well. They're trying to watch for this to be an area to get a little bit stronger. I can show this off. I got something from... go ahead, Mike.
I was going to say Parker's out there. We saw him on 123 near Fair Play. He's saying they're moving toward the Lightning, but they're going to play it safe because it's getting crazy with several Ys there. So I don't know if it's the Lightning or just the sky looking pretty gnarly right there. But as they're heading closer toward that, look at that.
Carthage.
Yeah.
This is a shot from Carthage by our sister station, KSFN, KOD, Next Star Station out in Joplin. Someone sent this into them. So they got clearance for that. And this is what's moving into Carthage. That's the system that we've been saying, all right, guys, watch out. Things are quiet now, but just look at the beast of what that is.
And this may have been what we saw on the tower cam earlier when it was at downstream, how we could see it in the distance coming forward. And so now it's on top of Carthage right there, and we're getting a good look at it.
I mean, that is that's a monster. So nothing tornadic. Right now, it's just wind, rain, hail. I have heard about some pea-sized hail, but the ingredients are there, guys. The ingredients are there for this to turn into something stronger. So let's go back into this radar view. And we were looking, that picture was taken at Carthage. So it's this system. That was what produced that picture.
Yeah.
And
it looks like it's the tail end of it over Carthage right now, which earlier had been farther south, which had that area of concern. So they're getting probably what might have been that point at the back that had that extra juice to it.
Connie's saying she's been watching for an hour and there's no buffering in Rogersville. Okay, that's good.
Okay.
I would say
All right.
most people are complaining of buffering, but I don't know if that's because the people who aren't having buffering problems aren't complaining. But once again, this cell that's over in Carthage just moved to the east of Carthage. If you're watching from that area, it's starting to wrap up for you. It's probably the most intense right now. And then once it's going to very quickly fall off, the rain's going to stop, the lightning's going to stop, the hail's going to stop. Things will get quiet. Then guess what? You wait for the next wave of storms to move in. But in Carthage, that is kind of what we're tracking. And it's been really just the start of a potentially really long day. And this also comes with a tornado possible tag. I haven't seen anything right now. Let's actually look. Let's look. Yep, not seeing anything now that says we got a funnel cloud. Not seeing anything that says, hey, this may be a tornado. It's just a strong system that is trying to develop. It's producing the rain. It's producing the thunder. It's producing the lightning. We need the rain. I wish it would come in a calmer way than what we're currently getting. Here we go. Yeah, we got 3 live drives out, and team is awesome. Anytime there's active weather, they're like, all right, what do you need from us? How can we get out there? How can we help you? How can we show off the things that we need to do? And Parker Pageant is driving southbound on Highway 123, moving towards the lightning. He said he's going to play it safe if it gets crazy. So kind of saying what you said earlier, Mike, where we're trying to keep an eye on things as they progress. And, man, it's quiet now. Oh, there's that flash of lightning.
Yeah.
Yep, there is one of them that he's been talking about.
Probably going to be easier to see once it's dark, obviously, but also, of course, getting closer to it, these areas that are moving in.
Heavy hail report. This is from Carthage Police. Heavy hail report at 1837 for people watching, and you don't know military time, 6:37. So they got a report about 13 minutes ago, approximately 2 miles east of Carthage off city limits. Heavy hail report, and I'd say that absolutely tracks out. You saw the picture that we had on the web. Here we go. He also has a picture. Let me get that picture loaded for you guys.
And this kind of map gives us an idea of what we can possibly expect. I mean, obviously, things can change between Carthage and Springfield or Fair Play, but giving us an idea. There we go.
There's that hail report that is in Carthage. That's the only severe warned storm that we see at this time. Okay, so I would say not quarter, maybe marble sized. Yeah, we're having to judge by how big the this person's hands are.
Yeah, definitely bigger than pea size, that's for sure.
Definitely bigger than pea. I don't know if I go quarter size hail. Let's put it somewhere in there, maybe marble size hail.
A quarter of a quarter. Let's say that.
The thing I love about the United States is we're like, let's use anything but the metric system.
Right,
Let's use a pea. Let's use a marble. Let's use a golf ball.
Yeah.
Anything but having to use the metric system is what we use. So that was that hail report out of Carthage Police. That has moved out, and let's also show off that image. This is what produced it. This is out of Carthage.
Mm-hmm.
This is now moved out of Carthage. It's still for areas north of I-44, really along, out of Carthage. I'd say it's starting to push out of Lawrence County, out of Dade County, or rather out of Jasper County into Lawrence County. That is shot. You know, it's incredible seeing the rain. It's produced hail. This produced lightning. This is probably the most intense thing that we had earlier today, where most people, it's been generally quiet here in Springfield. I don't think we've seen anything yet, but that's to be expected. Second wave is still to come in, and here's all the storms that are not too far behind us.
It sounds like a lot of folks, Matt, are seeing the lightning. Obviously, the sun's going down. You can see it easier, but, you know, even those of us that are way here, you know, east of this, you know, you look to the skies and, you know, we're seeing in some of those shots from Parker and even Doreen way down south. You're starting to see the lightning. So we're going to see that probably long before, I would say, anything else gets here.
You can see lightning a real far ways, too, especially if you're on top of a hill. That's the beautiful part of this area is the lightning is... It's intimidating, but it's also at the same time when it's not impacting you, it's pretty to look at.
Yeah, exactly.
So, hail report. So it has been some hail with this system. There are tornado warnings over in Tulsa. This is one observed tornado earlier. This just went through the north of Tulsa to the north of Broken Arrow. I haven't heard anything about that. I don't know if that has produced damages. I don't know if the size of it. I haven't been looking at this yet. I've been with you guys for the last hour or so. But that has been an observed tornado. Hopefully everyone has been fine with this. Another tornado. This one is radar indicated. It's to the south of Tulsa, kind of over by Muscogee Nation. That's that second kind of impact of that. And what we're seeing in Carthage, the reason why I bring this up is what we're seeing in Carthage is it's kind of the precursor of the storms to come. There's more in Kansas and Oklahoma. Things are quiet now. There's not kind of drawing that line. Here is, I'm drawing too much. Get rid of it.
You're more an artist than I am, Matt. I'll give you that.
Here's wave one. Look at my beautiful handwriting. That's not too bad for computer mouse.
Oh.
Here's wave two. So...
I can decipher that, so I know what you mean.
I think the second wave is going to be a little bit more consistent. The second wave is, if it's quiet for you right now, the second wave is what's going to be a little bit more impactful. I am hearing we are about to restart the stream, so that's good. I know a lot of people have been complaining about buffering. I don't know if we're currently down right now, if we're still up. We are restarting the stream. We're trying to fix that for you. We've been hearing you. Stream has ended. Okay, so that's on Facebook. I think we're still on CTV, so our CTV viewers... Yeah. I had our weather watcher, Brad Stobie, like, hey, man, I'm watching on CTV. I have no problems. And I think a little bit easier on CTV for us. So I wish I could have said that to the people before the Facebook live stream went down and completely crashed. But it has been a fun day and mostly quiet right now, expecting things to continue to develop, to continue to evolve. And really, it's... tornadoes in Tulsa right now, tornadoes in Oklahoma, that's what comes. That's what's going to push in. That's what we have to continue to monitor over the next couple hours. And things have been moving slower than expected. That is a change. And I also think that's a better change. If things would have pushed in faster than expected, that would have been an opportunity for these storms to be even stronger. But now we're getting into the nighttime. Temperatures are starting to decrease. There's less fuel. Still plenty of fuel, but there's a little less fuel for these storms. So I think that's a positive development on this, but it's been it's the start of spring, you know, and it is the start of potentially more tornado warnings that we have to deal with. We're looking at Tuesday being another day we have to deal with storms, but you know how it goes. We can have tornadoes in April, we can have tornadoes in May, we can have tornadoes in June, and we're getting kind of past the winter weather, and we're turning the leaf into an active spring season.
Yeah, I know we were talking, me and Jamie yesterday about, Severe Weather Awareness Week. They try to have that, in the beginning to get us ready, for what would come in the springtime. And so we're kind of having this simultaneously with, it's a good reminder seeing it in real time to get ready for the season, but it's definitely not waiting around for us, that is for sure.
I was talking to the National Weather Service, and Wednesday they're supposed to schedule a tornado warning. That was the day. They have their weather awareness
test,
the tornado test, because Wednesday was their tornado safety day. They're going to have everyone practice a tornado warning. And Brad's from watching our Weather Watcher says CTV's still up and running. It's just Facebook that went down. But I was talking to the National Weather Service. They go, I don't think we were going to run that because we had those thunderstorms that moved in
There'd
Wednesday.
be confusion,
They're afraid, people may actually think this
so,
one's real.
Head to the basement, which a good practice drill for you, but not probably the heart race that you need if that were the case.
I hope things continue to progress as they do, where it's quiet for most of the area. But, it's that second wave is going to be a little bit more consistent on thunderstorms. The second wave is going to be a little bit more consistent on bringing active weather. I don't think it's going to be as strong, but it will be far more widespread.
And you were talking about back in Oklahoma right now, some of these tornadoes. I'm looking at some of the feeds from the stations in Oklahoma, and most of these tornadoes in these warned areas are on the ground and being observed by the weather spotters. So, but you're thinking when that gets here, by the time it gets with that second wave, things will have fizzled out somewhat, at least with that line right there that we're seeing.
I think the strongest of those tornadoes is what's happening right now in Oklahoma.
Right.
I took a 2-minute glance at it, and I think my 2-minute glance looks like it's starting to get a little bit weaker. But so that's the system that's going to be coming in. That's the system that will bring us tornado chances. They're getting an observed tornado that's been on the ground for a while.
Wow.
I don't think that one is going to be as impactful for us because it's starting to lose energy as it's getting closer. But
getting it out now.
It's what we have to continue to watch. And I do want to go through some of the graphics that Jamie made earlier. I imagine the Chief's going to be joining us coming back any moment.
It's like they're wrapping up. I just saw them walking in front of the cameras in the studio, so that means they're coming this way.
I put it on the wrong one. Here's that cell over in Carthage. That is a tornado possible cell. Anytime you see that orange, the National Weather Service saying, hey, well, not enough to issue a tornado warning, but guys, we are watching it because it is going to be possible. Here's the overall setup for this. Got that low pressure system. It's the two waves, and that cold front is, you can see the two different areas with those red polygons. Those are tornado watches issued. The first one is wave 1. That's what's over in Oklahoma. That's what's just now starting to spill into our area. As that progresses, we have wave 1 that's going to sweep really up to the northeast. Wave 2 is going to slam the door and push a little bit further into the southeast. So wave 1 moves to the northeast. Wave 2 comes into the southeast, and we are consistent with this message. We do think areas to the west, that is what they're seeing it now. They're seeing the tornadoes in Oklahoma. They're seeing the tornadoes, or not tornadoes, but the hail and the thunderstorms along the I-49 corridor. That is the more impactful place. I think these storms, once they get further off to the east of Highway 65, they'll start to weaken in its intensity, but still capable of producing some hail, still capable of producing a spin-up tornado. So we don't want to completely rule out anything, but that is what we continue to keep an eye on as this starts to evolve and progress throughout the night. But yeah,
still a lot of lightning reports out there. I mean, that's what most people are seeing right now. Other than those who are under, that line that went through Carthage earlier, most folks just saying they're seeing a lot of lightning out there. So there's a lot of intensity in it. It sounds like.
Okay, a lot of intensity over in Carthage. Let me see if I can pull up the old radar and get the lightning tracker. Chief Jamie Warner just slid on in.
We saved you a seat, Jamie.
Let me get you in here, Jamie. Your camera, we saw you walk out the door with it, so you gotta fix that camera.
Let's see.
Yeah, just push it down with your hand.
There we go.
Let's get
There we go.
There we go. The Chief is back.
There we are.
All right, Jamie. I know you just got done doing TV, but want to give you a space, kind of get your thoughts out. How have things been progressing? What are you expecting? Any changes to the forecast? What's the main things? And if you want, tell me whenever. I can pull up kind of your weather computer But
I had to shut that thing down. It locked up on me when
Boy.
I got it through my weathercast, but it locked up on me. So
oh, did it really? You had graphics freeze on air?
yeah, not on air. No, not on air. Like I said, I got through my weathercast, and then I was trying to update the web, and
I didn't have your mic on.
Oh, well.
Hey, this is Jamie
Folks,
Warner, ladies and gentlemen. He was telling you everything about tornadoes that you wanted to know, and his mic was off.
Yeah, it was very dramatic, and I'm done.
Missed actually.
I don't want to do any more.
No, actually, we were just talking about. I was having some computer issues, and so I got that thing restarted, and it looks like we're good to go. This is the television computer that we have. So, but my thoughts. Let's see. Well, you guys have been tracking this one storm here in Jasper County.
Yes. Have you seen
The pictures?
The hail in the pictures. Yes.
I saw the one photo of the hail that looked like it was just shy of quarter size, and then I saw pictures of what appeared to be maybe a wall cloud. There was one image that looked like what I would probably describe as a tail cloud, but because it's kind of zoomed in, it's hard to see how it relates to things going on either side of it. So that was with the storm that is currently moving through Jasper County. So there, for a moment, there was a little bit of a scare that this thing was going to organize and we were going to see a tornado warning come out of it. Looks like the circulation didn't really organize. There was a weak, low-level circulation, but that's kind of faded. The overall look of the storm isn't quite as impressive, but it still has a pretty good hail core now that it's getting into southwestern Dade County. So, you know, I think for me tonight, a lot of what we're going to see is probably hail reports, but there are probably going to be a few tornadoes as well, either with these storms that are coming in right now or maybe a brief tornado or two with the squall line as it pushes through. I don't really see anything to change my thinking with that. I will say that as we're now sitting at 7 o'clock, I think we're now entering that window where the wind energy in the atmosphere is stronger. Or will be getting stronger. And it is that wind energy that tends to organize these thunderstorms. So I would look for these thunderstorms to maybe show a bit more organization from here on out this evening as they move into southwest Missouri and northwest Arkansas.
I want to show this picture off. Jamie, this is what you're talking about
amazing.
earlier. Positive change on this. That cell that was into the Carthage area that was over in Jasper County. The National Weather Service had a tornado possible tag on that. Just heard an update from them. They have taken that off. So they said it was looking like it could produce right now, not as likely. So they took off that tag. That is evolving in the right way. This is that shot that was over in Carthage where we got that about 1-inch size hail report. And you can see when we had a spotter in the area saying that this may be a wall cloud. There's not a wall cloud in this picture, but that's what they were concerned about earlier. That has really started to progress in the right way. It was strong over Carthage. It has started to devolve. We're still tracking more storms that are in Kansas and Oklahoma.
Yeah.
That's what's going to spill in. That's what's going to continue to be a little bit stronger.
And you can see when we look back across southeast Kansas, Matt, if you want to pull up Radar Omega, it's kind of messy. There's a lot of shower and thunderstorm activity in southeast Kansas and in northeast Oklahoma. There are a few embedded supercells on the southern end of that in northeast Oklahoma. We still have a tornado warned storm northeast of Tulsa and also southwest of Tulsa. And I know like there have been reported tornadoes, I think, with both of those cells. So, you know,
I know the one to the north was observed. I saw that earlier. That that cell looked like it was. I saw a good funnel on it, and I have not looked at it in a while. So I don't know if that has progressed. But from what I saw, I looked at it for about 30 seconds. That looked like that could have been doing some damage north of Tulsa. Wow. So we weren't talking about a baby tornado either. That would look like a good one, and maybe I can get some more updates on that as we continue to progress on it. But yeah, it's been active in Oklahoma, relatively quiet for us. Been some hail reports really west of 65. Here, Jamie, you got that pulled up. I'm going to take your feed for a second.
Yeah, we're looking at Radar Omega. We're actually looking, and I just want to preface this with, we're looking at the storm in northeast Oklahoma. So this is not in our viewing area. This is north of Tulsa. That is the storm, and there have been along its path. There have been observed tornadoes, and right now, looks like we still got a pretty good circulation to the northwest of Claremore, and that's tracking northeast now. I'll put this back on a single pane view. That's embedded within, an
it's
area of
messy.
shower and thunderstorm activity. So, is that storm going to maintain strength as it pushes across northeast Oklahoma, southeast Kansas, maybe into southwest Missouri? I don't know. That's kind of iffy. But the storm further south, you can see to the southwest of Tulsa, that one's more on its own. So that one probably bears watching as it tracks toward the northeast. Getting back into southwest Missouri, you can see we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning, and this is in effect for our friends in Lockwood and Greenfield and Dadeville. That storm, I know it's been moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Just looking at the latest on it, still expecting hail up to quarter size, winds maybe up to 60 miles per hour. I don't really expect with these lead storms to have a lot of. They're going to have gusty winds, but I don't expect a lot of like damaging wind with these lead storms. It's the hail, I think, that we're probably going to have the highest chance of seeing. And we're watching to see if they can organize to a point where we get some tornadic weather at them as well.
No power outages yet. I mean, we're talking about those winds, nothing that's created any problem for utilities whatsoever yet. So
yeah, and outside of, looks like we have one hail report coming in. That is east of Carthage, and that was for hail up to quarter size. Is that where that one photo was
Carthage
submitted, east of Carthage?
Yeah, I also have a video. I'll show the video in a second. I do want to address something. We are live streaming on Facebook. We're live streaming on CTV. For the people that are watching on Facebook, we restarted the stream. People are saying, hey, you're still getting buffering about every 10 seconds or so. We have people that are watching on CTV. They're saying it's buttery smooth. This is not a plug to be like, oh, download CTV. That's not what I'm doing. I'm saying if you're frustrated that this is buffering, we also have this on CTV. It seems to be a lot smoother. Guys, this is the first time that we've done this. You know, it's it's been a quiet tornado season.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to do what I can to work on it. I hear you guys. Also, if you guys comment on Facebook, I can pull that off. So if you guys say something on Facebook, I can show your comment off on screen. So if you're asking about what's happening in your area, we'll broadcast that. We'll show it. We'll answer your question for you. But those are the two things. If you're having problems with buttering, or if you're having problems with stuttering,
it's dinner time. We need some butter on our bread.
If you have problems with stuttering, like this guy over here, try the CTV. That has been smooth for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And also, if you are on Facebook, if you want to write it out, you can comment and do what Jennifer McWilliams has done right here, and we can show your comment off below. So Jennifer's watching from Rolla. We got you right there. We got Jamie. Hello, Matt, Mike, Jamie.
Hey, Jamie.
Panic mode here.
Different Jamie.
I wouldn't be panicking just yet, but this is, I understand it's a little bit buffering on Facebook. We're trying to work on it. I already sent some messages to our engineers, but this is the advantage of Facebook. We had someone, Amy from Carthage earlier, and she was saying, hey, there's lightning. She was telling us, we got the whole story from her where she told us it's starting to rain, then it went to there's lightning, it went to there's hail, and she goes, it's quiet now. So we got to get that whole kind of story of what happened. Oh my gosh, I don't want to turn this into an ad for CTV, but Robert Hall is asking, what is CTV? If you have a smart TV, there's an Ozarks First Plus app. You can download that. It's free. It doesn't cost money. You can watch our newscasts there. You can watch this coverage there as well. We got to get back to the weather forecast, but for the people watching, that's an opportunity to continue to get a little bit coverage. Let's go into the radar. I just spent 2 minutes, 3 minutes not talking about weather. Let's start to talk about weather. Let's get back on track. I will continue to monitor your guys' comments. This system over in Carthage is really progressing
in a good way.
In a good way. You know, it's not best case scenario is it completely devolves, but it's not as strong as what it was earlier. National Weather Service has kind of taken off the severe thunderstorm warning. We are watching out for areas about to go into Polk. I know we have a lot of people that like to watch from Polk, that like to watch from halfway.
And Matt, we'll have to watch. Also, I think we have. Let's see, Parker Paget, I think, is up in Polk County. So if we need a video out of that area, just kind of seeing what these storms look like.
Look at Stevie Hefner. What a great guy. You know,
who's that guy?
Thank you.
Definitely not related to me at all. Definitely not my brother that's watching from Oklahoma and probably just got done watching the tornado coverage over there.
Yeah.
Let's pull up the shots. We also have live shots as well. This is an active look at the radar. I will switch it over to our 3 different cars. We got 3 different crews out today. We got Parker Paget, I don't know where he is. I haven't looked at this in a second. And the shot, of course, as soon as I go to it, wants
It's
to
in
go
the
fuzzy.
twilight zone right now.
We are going to Doreen, and she is, let me see,
Is that Nixa, maybe?
Highway 13 from Kimberling City to Branson West.
Okay, so she's further down south at this point.
So they
So
are to the
she's-
south.
So is she in Stone County, like in Southern Stone?
Highway 13, Kimberling to Branson West.
Yeah.
That was an update about 10 minutes ago, so I don't know which direction they were heading from then. Let's go back to Parker Shock because now it actually wants to work. This is Parker Pageant, and he is going to take BB back to 13. He says no rain yet. He's also wondering, is there a place that he wants us to try to go to? And
So
I think the area for him is he's either got to go north to track the
I think
storm.
what he does is he kind of if he's near Bolivar right now, I mean, he could probably hang out and see what the storm near Lockwood does as it tracks northeast. That's what I would do. I mean, I would just sit there and kind of wait, and then he's on the southeast side of it, so he should be able to get a good view of it.
Yeah. Oh, my radar mega is not updating. We got two different ones. Hold on. We're going to keep yours up, Jamie, because mine has not updated.
It
in
looks-
no, we're taking yours. Yours is right. But you got
okay.
you got
I
a
got
good
you.
radar. I do not have a. Your radar is working. My radar is frozen for about the last 15 minutes, and
Okay.
I need to have
So it still
active
looks like that
radar
storm's down in
information.
Carthage right now, right?
Yeah, no, for mine it's like, hey, there's a big old storm over in Carthage. I'm like, I don't think that's true.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can get the stuff date.
We were seeing quite a bit of lightning from Parker a few minutes ago. I'm not sure what direction he's going right now. He's back on 13.
Well, you said he's on 13 BB Highway. I'm not sure where BB is in relation to 13 in that vicinity. But if he's like up near like Humansville but he said no rain, right?
No rain.
Yeah.
So he's probably further south. I would guess he's probably closer to the Bolivar area right now.
Jamie, I fixed the problem. The problem was I didn't click the radar button for the radar. So I got it
Hey,
fixed.
you know what? It's like, hey, what did we learn earlier? You restart the program.
Yeah,
And
you
then it's
turn
like-
it on, turn it off back.
Wow.
And that's the way to fix it. For the people watching on Facebook, we got a team. We're working on it. I'm not working on it. Jamie's not working on it. Mike's not working on it. We got a team of people
Wish I could.
outside of this office that are working on it for us. So we're going to try to get that fixed, especially before Wave 2 comes in. I know in Springfield it's quiet right now. Once we get later, these storms are really going to start to pick up. That's when people are really going to be tuning into the live stream and see just how bad things are. But
And you can see southwest of Miami, Oklahoma. I mean, we do have,
yeah.
I won't say it's new, but it's a relatively new tornado warning there for areas northeast of Claremore with that one storm. I mean, that storm has been dropping tornadoes at times along, its history here over the last couple of hours. I mean, I think that goes back to even before 5 o'clock. And then further southwest, you've got this other storm that's kind of like a lone wolf, maybe a little bit more concerning to me. I'd watch that thing here southwest of Tulsa. And all of this is eventually got to make its way through southwest Missouri and northwest Arkansas. So there's really no way around this. I mean, we're going to have to deal with some severe weather this evening and overnight tonight.
yeah, and this is what I was trying to say earlier, because I know some people, it's like with the snow, Jamie, let's go back to that, is when we said, hey, we're going to get about half a foot of snow, and then people wake up that morning and they go,
Oh, no snow. Yeah.
I see 7 snowflakes. Where's my half a foot of snow? And it's
Got
like,
a lot of
guys,
emails that morning.
Guys,
Yeah.
guys,
Yeah.
be patient. So what we're expecting right now is this is still going with our forecast. We said the stuff this evening is going to be a little bit discreet, a little bit scattered in nature. The second wave is going to be more widespread. We think the second wave, more people will see it, less people will have higher impacts from it. So if there's going to be anything bad, it would be in this first wave. That's what we're continuing to try to keep an eye on. So the second wave forecast is looking good. I'd say if there's any change, it looks to be going slower, evolving slower than what we were expecting. So that is a change from. I mean, you're the one that's been forecasting for the last week.
I feel like we're I mean, there was a range going into today as far as the speed of when the stuff would arrive or how late it would arrive. And, the range was anywhere from like late afternoon, 5 o'clock, all the way till late evening.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I mean, storms are already into southwest Missouri, and we're sitting at a little after 7 o'clock. So kind of splitting the difference on that. And oftentimes that's the right way to go with regard to model guidance. So
Victoria is she's been messaging throughout. I think, folks, let me know. I think we got the buffering fixed. If it's not, message. We'll continue to work on it. I think we got it fixed. I hope we did. But if we didn't, continue to let me know. If only one person says it, then maybe you guys got dial-up internet and it's your fault. But I think
can you still
we should
do
got
dial-up?
it fixed.
You can't do dial-up anymore, can you? Can't do that.
I bet there's somebody that
that's
still
not a
has
thing
it out
anymore.
there
I can't. It's not a thing.
who misses that sound of the connecting. when
Ding
you-
dong.
Good old days there.
Yeah,
This is the problem with me and Jamie in a room. We get distracted so easily because now I want to talk about,
we're good for now.
oh my gosh. But where was I? Victoria. I'm not losing sight of it. Victoria commented. She said, "I'm seeing lightning here in Aurora, assuming it's from the storm that moved out of Joplin. And you are either looking at this guy to the north of you, or you're looking at what's over in Oklahoma. I don't know which direction you're
Yeah.
looking,
Yeah,
but it
my
is
guess
very
is-
quiet for you.
Yeah, my guess is, I mean, if she's seeing like big lightning strikes, it's probably that storm north of Mount Vernon. But if she's seeing like just lights in the distance, that's probably looking west. That big cluster of thunderstorms
Yeah.
in southeast Kansas and northeast Oklahoma.
Let's start answering some questions because right now it is quiet. We're waiting for that next wave to kind of move on in, and I think this is a great opportunity to answer some questions. Let me push these bars out of here, and we'll just do a big old round of questions, Jamie. Let's do that, okay?
Okay.
So we got Miss Winters asking about only lightning right now in Mount Vernon. The heavy stuff is supposed to be around 9:30 to 10. How do you feel about Mount Vernon, 9:30, 10? I would say if anything, I would take the later.
I feel like 10 o'clock-ish. It feels pretty good about 10 o'clock for that area, for those storms to the southwest in Oklahoma.
All right, let's get another one. Seems like here in Springfield, we'll be at the edge of severe storms. Jimmy Rainbow. What an incredible name for a meteorologist. What an incredible name.
Do you do weather?
Jimmy Rainbolt. I need to change my last name to that. Hey, it's Matt Rainbolt. Rick Rainbolt here.
Rick Rainbolt.
What we were looking is we think 65 roughly. Take Highway 65 along 65. If you're to the west of it, that's the area I'm a little bit more concerned about. To the east of it, you still are going to get rain. You're still going to get lightning. You're still going to get thunder. You're still going to get fast winds, maybe a tornado. But Springfield's really on that fence post of we'll see if it starts dying by it comes our way or not. Oh, man, a lot of audio is clear. Slight crackling. Okay, that's probably my voice. I've been talking for a while.
Man, I would say that here in Springfield, I think that I won't say that we're on the eastern edge. I mean, I think that Springfield, we're definitely, if we had to say, hey, we're within range of having some severe weather, including maybe a stronger tornado, we're definitely in that zone. Southwest Missouri, Northwest Arkansas. If I was to kind of like lessen that risk, it would be for folks east of Highway 63. East of Highway 63. So,
I'm trying to pick through these comments. Oh, no, I clicked the wrong one. You guys are chatting so fast. I clicked the wrong one again. Here we go. Amanda, I am terrified. I didn't used to be. Now I put helmets on my kids. I do want to stress because, Mike, we were talking about this earlier. The governor issued a state of emergency for this system, and we both thought that was
interesting. We'll leave it at that.
interesting, atypical, because me and Jamie have been looking at this, and this just screams like an opportunity for spring weather where you could get a tornado. This does not sound like an outbreak. This does not sound like a Joplin tornado. This does not sound like something that's going to level a town. This is not one of these really bad weather events. Guys, it is springtime. We are mixing warm air and cold air. We have some moisture. That means we could have a thunderstorm. We could have a tornado.
Yeah.
This is not something that we're screaming, get the kids, and oh my gosh, get the helmets on. It's going to be a big one. Let's set expectations for that. We're not expecting anything at that level, especially right now with what we're seeing on radar.
Well, people had that concern when they had that proclamation come out, because usually that's something we see maybe ahead of a blizzard or an ice storm is when I've seen it. I personally never seen it ahead of a thunderstorm. Dave.
Unless
but,
you were, I think you would do that like if you were expecting, as Matt said, an outbreak, where you were expecting multiple tornadoes.
You could see that,
Some of them could be very strong. I don't think that that's what we've got tonight. Now you get a tornado in the wrong spot,
Right.
It can do
Well,
quite
sure.
a bit of damage, even if it's not like one of the bigger tornadoes.
Yeah.
So it's like we don't want to lessen people's awareness or resolve to stay aware and to stay safe overnight tonight.
Yeah.
But we do want to, as Matt said, try to set expectations that are reasonable.
So
And
why
I
do they
think-
put us in a emergency status? I think a big reason is the first one really of the year. I think that's a reason. It's also
Yeah.
coming in tornado preparedness week, and they're like, hey guys, it's spring. This is something we got to watch out for.
Well, and then obviously last night we were talking about in Oklahoma and Kansas, they had some pretty bad stuff. So maybe people were just on edge, maybe wanting to be ready.
Yeah.
But there were a lot of questions after that came
And
out
this
earlier.
is also on the heels of a very bad severe weather season,
true,
which included
yeah.
the second most tornadoes recorded in the state of Missouri
Wow.
last spring.
Yeah.
So there
Makes sense.
may be some hangover from that as well.
Let me show this. I'm trying to show your comments as much as I can on screen. Let me do that right now. A lot of people asking about the watches. Let me see. Hannah asking about the watches. Who else was asking about the watches? We had that earlier. Kelly, you're asking about the watches. Kelly Smith was asking about the watches. Taney County not in the watch right now. Northern Arkansas not in the watch right now. If you're in Benton, Arkansas, I would argue you probably should be in it. If you're in Washington,
Yeah. Yeah, we've had some folks
probably
down in
should be in
Branson
it.
asking, well, what is it looking like down there? Obviously nothing right now, but wondering. But yeah, right now Taney County is not even in that. Stone is, but not Taney.
I do want to say the National Weather Service is very good at this. They don't like to just put people on a tornado watch and then go,
Too early.
oh, we got to take that back.
And
If
they also don't want to do it too early.
Yeah.
And then people are like, we're 2 hours into a tornado watch and nothing's happened, and then
Yeah.
they lose their awareness.
so it
So they
is-
do play people's expectations.
I want to set this up. Let's also set expectations. If you're watching from Texas County, Howell County, Oregon County, or Ozark County, the counties that aren't in these red polygons, you still have a chance to be in the tornado watch for tonight. The National Weather Service likes to do it a little at the time. They only like to do it a couple hours beforehand because they want to make sure that they're getting the message consistent. So I almost expect this to grow. And this watch, the one in Greene County, the one for most people into the Ozarks lasts, I believe, until 1 a.m. So this is a very long watch. It's a very long system. It's going to be dragged out. I think here in Springfield, it's what we're looking before midnight, Jamie. Maybe just
get
slightly
storms in
before
here?
midnight or
Yeah.
the midnight hours, so
Yeah,
that
I mean,
good benchmark.
Yeah, we should have storms in Springfield before midnight tonight. I was just kind of looking at some of the. I don't see any mesos for our area out of the Storm Prediction Center. Like talking about like an imminent new watch. But like you said, I mean those storms aren't too far away from Northwest Arkansas, so I didn't see anything out of the Little Rock office. I haven't looked at Tulsa's office to see what they're doing, but maybe I can do that.
A couple of people complaining about the audio sounds, like it's the sound is fuzzy.
Oh.
I don't know if that's on my end. Let's
And
see.
fuzzy not in a good way, it sounds like.
For the people complaining about audio, is it everyone's fuzzy? Am I fuzzy? Is Jamie fuzzy? If you can help me with that, we can start to pinpoint it a little bit better. And someone's asking, hey, Jamie, what does meso mean?
They looking at like a Facebook post that I had?
No,
What I just said.
You just said it.
Mesoscale discussion is so what before a watch is issued. Oftentimes the Storm Prediction Center will issue a discussion about where they're at in terms of issuing a watch and what kind of watch, and then the expectations if a watch is issued. So, yeah, meso is just in regard to a Storm Prediction Center is looking at a certain area, and they're kind of giving us some ideas to whether or not they're going to go with a watch in that area. And I don't see anything out of the Tulsa office right now as far as like an extension of that watch into Northwest Arkansas. But I got to believe that watches at some point are going to get issued for Northern Arkansas and more of Missouri. I think it's just a matter of time.
We're all fuzzy. Everyone is fuzzy.
Oh.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right. I'm going to message our engineers. Oh, no.
And is it on all platforms or just one or the other?
Well,
What
one
are they
person
saying?
said it's like, "Hey, it's you, Matt," and I'm like, "Sweet, I can fix that problem." They're like, "It's everyone." I'm like, "Oh no, I can't
man.
fix that problem." All right, let me message our engineers. Fuzzy Mike, guys, thanks for telling us that this is the first time that we've done this, and we want to do this more. Our goal is to give you guys tornado coverage before, during, and after. We don't want it to be the only time you guys get coverage is when we interrupt the Family Feud or when we interrupt Wheel of Fortune. You get mad at us. So a lot of times that's too late.
Survivor on tonight. I've gotten burned on Survivor.
Yeah,
That's not
you don't want to do that.
No.
I've
And you know what's coming on? You know, March Madness.
Oh,
Here we
yeah.
go.
Yeah. Always coincides with the time we need to break in the most, it seems like.
You know, it's like, folks, at some point, and I know people get frustrated with us when we cut in and they're watching a program or they're watching some sort of sporting event. And it's like, we don't want to do that to people. It's just, this is our job. This is what, this is our mandate. This is,
Yeah, we have
this
to.
is the
Yeah.
one thing that we are supposed to do as a television station is to provide information that hopefully protects the public, whether that's weather information or news information.
guys, I'm going to put you on screen. I'm going to hearing from our digital guy, Jake. I'm going to let you guys try to talk for a second when I try some things to fix this audio, guys. I'm working on it for you. I promise. Trying to do what I can to make it better.
Jamie, I know we've been watching most of this stuff kind of breaking up to the south of I-44, but it seems like there's some stuff that we're starting to see right now. Some of our reporters are wondering down there about Berry County toward Cassville. What are we seeing down there with that stuff from Arkansas? What are you thinking right now?
I mean, in Berry County, outside I see one lone shower west of Purdy. I don't see too much in and around Berry County. Really, in our area, we've got a few different clusters. One is there's still a severe warning storm that's tracking across Dade County.
I see that
The
one.
core of that is north of Lockwood, west-northwest of Greenfield. And it's tracking northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Now, it's going to track across Highway 39 over the next, I'd say, about 20 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Still severe warning, still producing heavy rain, probably quite a bit of lightning, and maybe some hail. It still appears that there's at least a little bit. I'm going to our quad view on this radar image that I have. Still appears that there's a little bit of a hail core with it north of Lockwood. So we may still be getting some hailstones out of it up to quarter size. That hail core is still northwest of the Lockwood area. It's not going to cut across Lockwood, so I don't expect too much in the way of hail in Lockwood itself. Latest scan coming in, still southwest of Arcola. But that storm is heading in the general direction of Arcola. So if we're going to see some hail out of it, I would think maybe along Highway 39 up toward the Arcola area in the next 20 minutes, over the next 20 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, one thing that's been good, we've been watching, that big cluster that started over, downstream, and we had that tower cam video starting out all the way across Carthage. I'm sitting here looking at all the emergency management pages, our sister station in Joplin, and I'm not really seeing anything of any kind of damage. We've seen that hailstone. That's
Yeah.
the most I've seen out of anything out of that. So that's definitely a good thing. A lot of folks seeing lightning tonight, but
I mean, in
still
our
early.
area, that's the only severe thunderstorm.
Yeah.
There are some severe storms, or at least severe warning storms, that are approaching I-49 west of Clinton, so west of Henry County, west of St. Clair County. Those storms are tracking northeast, so I think that those are going to be heading in the general direction of Harrisonville, Warrensburg, kind of just northwest of where our television viewers
yeah,
are.
kind of cutting off there.
South of that, rain, some heavy, some lightning.
Yeah.
I don't see anything severe. And then down into northeast Oklahoma, it's also gotten a lot messier. Still a tornado warning storm to the west-southwest of Veneta, and also south of Sapulpa to the south-southwest of Tulsa. We've still got a tornado warning storm. And I think, out of that cluster in northeast Oklahoma, the one up near Veneta, that one has produced. That one has produced tornadoes over its history, but it's also kind of surrounded now it's embedded now within an area of rain. So chances are it's going to start weakening some. It's probably its inflow feed is starting to get cut off by showers that are developing further south. But that storm to the southwest of Tulsa, that storm's more on its own. And it's going to be the storms that are on the southwest flanks of these maybe lines of storms that we see later tonight that maybe have the better chance of producing some severe weather.
Yeah, we've been watching those tornado warning storms up in Oklahoma for a long time, Matt, seeing those just kind of make their way across.
Yeah, I'm fighting the crackling sound. Oh, we got someone saying it's not crackling.
Oh,
did
okay,
we get
that's-
rid of the crackle?
that's positive.
Is the crackle killed? Let me know. Did we kill the crackle, or is the crackle still alive? I think I got one person saying it's not.
Is this like
crackling.
turning into a case of
Crackling
flu?
is gone. Oh, I just got a
done
message
it?
from our engineer, Josh Fowler. I
Oh,
love
good.
him. He did this from home. The man is at home, and he goes, oh, we have complaints of crackling on the audio. I'm going to fix that right now.
That shall not stand.
Oh, my gosh. Josh Fowler is the best
our
guy
hero
in the
tonight.
world.
Yeah.
The crackling is gone. Sound much better. Yes. Yes.
Awesome.
Okay.
Glad to hear that.
You guys were probably doing in-depth tornado analysis. The only thing I was thinking about for the last 10 minutes was an audio crackle
We were
sound.
just
talking
talking
about
out. We were just talking it out about like where the severe weather is right
Better.
now.
Yes. I appreciate you guys for sticking through because I don't know if I would. I'd be like, oh my gosh, is Jamie sounding like a robot? Get me out of here.
I do
all right.
make that beep bop boot noise sometimes, you know.
For everyone that just stuck around with the crackling, we'll try to answer some more questions.
Tina
I
says
think,
it's clear.
Jamie, you're not seeing anything tornadic at this time. I
No.
tend to agree. Let's very quickly, let me answer. Let me do a quick forecast with Jamie, a real quick of what we're seeing at this time, and then you guys can ask questions after the forecast, and we'll start going into it. Let me try to get some of the common questions out of the way. Let's go into the radar. Let's kind of give a good old look on this. So what we're seeing right now is it's still very quiet for places that are
Go ahead and animate that radar just so folks can see how this is progressing over the last
Brenda,
hour.
I'm showing the radar for you. We're doing it right now. We can see how this is progressing. Most of this system is moving in the northeast direction. Can you see that on that loop, guys? Well, let me make my pointer a little bit bigger.
There we go.
It is moving to the northeast. That is where most of this is naturally wanting to go. It will eventually. This is wave one. Jamie, you're talking about the two waves. You have wave one moving off into the northeast. Then you have wave two where all this activity kind of slams in and moves back to the southeast. So we're relatively quiet in our area right now. The only severe thunderstorm warning is about to get into Polk County. This was in Carthage earlier. What is that, Dade County?
Dade
We're looking
County,
at Dade
yep.
County. So that's the only warning at this time. And this is going to really be a precursor to the stronger thunderstorms, the more widespread thunderstorms that are off into Kansas and Oklahoma. Look at all this consistent rain that's moving in Kansas, Oklahoma, the I-49 corridor. I'm scribbling it all in so you know what I'm talking about. All of this will head our way. So we still have that opportunity for another wave. That's what we're expecting. Now you guys can bombard us with questions. But let's see. Michaela saying confirmed tornado in Beggs, Oklahoma. That's something as a meteorologist I really want to look, but I haven't been able to do. I've just been busy with this.
So we can, if we want, we can kind of take a look down there. I mean, there have been several
Here, let me take your.
tornado reports.
We're going to take your feed, Jamie.
in and around the Tulsa area. I'm sorry. I went into full screen mode on this thing. I'm like trying to figure out how to get out of full screen mode. But anyway, so looking at this radar image right now, you can see that we've got these little red triangles, and I'll go ahead and kind of circle that out. Red triangle right there, one right there, one right here, another one right there, and another one right there. Those are all tornado reports, not from the same storm. So there have already been quite a few reported tornadoes with this activity back in northeast Oklahoma. But where do we go from there? I mean, right now it looks like this is getting kind of messy. So I think what's going to happen is we're going to have this big blob of thunderstorm activity gradually make its way into southwest Missouri. And there may be some additional development further south, maybe near Fort Smith, west of Fort Smith, and all that kind of moves across the area. And it's going to be kind of messy. And I think what we're going to have to look for is we're going to have to be kind of like zooming in on some of these individual cells that are embedded that may start rotating and may produce risk of tornadoes as they move into the area. This doesn't look now like it's going to be a situation where we have an isolated supercell storm that's easily trackable. This is going to be a bit more messy, I think, this evening.
I do want to kind of end question time for a second. I got video of hail, and I want to show that off. This is from the fire department out in Carthage. So that has really started to change. It's quieted down. Carthage, things have moved out. The worst of it has kind of pushed out of the area. As soon as
And
I
that
can
one
find
storm that one storm that was going into Polk County, it's no longer severe warned.
Oh,
okay.
So we don't have any warnings in our area right now.
This was hail video in Carthage sent to us by the Carthage Fire Department. You can kind of see some of it cluttered into the grass, and that was about maybe marble-sized hail. So that is what moved into Carthage earlier. We had concerns with maybe this becomes tornadic, maybe this becomes it was trying to develop into a tornado. We saw it trying to tighten. We heard reports of a wall cloud. We heard it trying to get there.
Matt, do you want to pull up a couple of those pictures? I mean,
Yeah,
back when this storm was showing some weak low-level rotation, it looked like there was a wall cloud for a time, and I think there was one feature that I think was probably a tail cloud that I think folks were looking at and thinking, "Oh, this thing's starting to produce a funnel."
looks scary. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because it looks like a stinger. I mean, but it's the way it's oriented. It's not vertical. It was horizontal.
This was over in Carthage. So the comment section is devolving. We're talking about storms, and people are wanting to have a pizza party over here. So that's how you know things are quiet when people are like, "Hey, pizza party," and then someone goes, "What type of pizza are we talking about?"
Hey, wait, Matt. You know
Good questions.
Matt, what's funny about that is so our news director just popped in and he showed us. He's like pizza in the conference room.
No way!
So we're having a pizza.
No way! We are having a pizza party.
Everybody's on the same page here.
Oh my gosh! I'm so tempted to get a slice of pizza and run back in and be like, "Look, guys, we're having a pizza party with you."
That's funny.
Oh my gosh. Domino's.
Oh,
Not sponsored. Not sponsored. We're taking that down. Free promotion. Free promotion. Pay us if you want to be sponsored up here. At Ozarks First, you got to pay us money to have your name shown off. We're taking that down.
we love all pizza here. Yeah. So.
Yeah, Mindy also saying, "Hey, I just got done eating some pizza."
It is Friday night. I mean, that's kind of a go-to.
All right,
I think.
focus in. Focus. Got to get Jamie focused. Always hard when we get into this space and we're like, "All right, just talk about anything you want." Is the air unstable enough to allow the storms to ramp up in the Ozarks?
The air is, yes, the instability is there. This isn't one of those where I'm like, man, there's just gobs of instability, but the instability is there, and the wind energy is there. It's not the most potent combination that we've seen, and that's why I don't think that this is going to be a tornado outbreak, but the severe weather ingredients are definitely better than what we had back on Wednesday night. So I do expect more in the way of severe weather. I think it's probably going to be mostly hail reports, but I also think that we are going to get a few tornado warnings out of this.
I'm just saying, our sales team, there's some opportunities, right?
Yeah.
There's some opportunities for a sponsorship. This tornado is brought to you by.
Fill in your sponsor.
Fill in your sponsor. But let's see. Whitney, I appreciate your comment. You're saying, "Hey, I'm just now seeing lightning." Guys, tell me.
Location.
Location's important, but also once we get throughout tonight, I want to show you guys' comments off. You're saying, "Hey, I'm in this place and I'm seeing this," and I want to go back to what happened in Carthage, where they had that severe thunderstorm warning, where we were looking to be like, "Is this going to be a tornado?" We had Amy that watched the stream, and she told us when rain was starting. She told us when the wind was picking up, when the hail was happening, and then when it moved out. And it was awesome because we were seeing stuff on radar, Mike, and she goes, "This is what's going on.
Exactly.
This is what's going on. This is what's going on."
Nice to have eyes there on the ground. I know Parker right here, he is near Bolivar, west of Bolivar, heading toward one of those little clusters there. He's saying he's seeing some lightning now, so it's picking back up out there.
Let me show off Parker. His shot. Say that again, Mike, where he's at.
West of Bolivar, so I would say there on maybe 32.
Yeah, he said, last we heard,
if he's
about a minute ago.
If he's west of Bolivar,
yeah, he's on the outer road of 13 right there.
So he may be on 32. Did you say 32? Highway 32? Kind of heading west toward Fairplay?
He said west of Bolivar, but this looks like he's just off of 13 on the outer road with those apartments there, kind of by Bolivar Insulation, maybe. Just south of town.
We have positive changes on the stream, guys. We went from crackling mics to now the only crackling is Maggie Smith, or it's Maggie's knees when she stands on up. So we have changed in the right way. Things have progressed. Also, I am mad at Parker Pageant. This is the third or fourth time he's been like, man, I got lightning on my camera. Take my camera. I'm like,
And then
okay.
we-
I
then you
pull it
take
up.
it
and there's nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
I think he's just. I think he's watching. He's probably laughing right now. Like,
Yeah. He's like, he's working.
I'm going to
us.
get him again. I'm going to get him again.
But we can feel Maggie's pain right there. We agree with her on that with the knees. So
You know, guys, I always got to go to velocity. Got to look and make sure there's nothing hidden within this
Here, let me,
these areas of showers to the west. I don't see anything. Things look pretty good right now. I do see a little bit, and this is going to be way up there in the storm up near Butler. Looks like a little bit of rotation right in here. That's going to be tracking that general direction north of Butler. So that's out of our area. Outside of that, I'm not seeing anything down the road till you get to northeast Oklahoma, and then you can see. And of course, we're looking. This is from Springfield. We're hitting this storm over. That would be near the Tulsa area. We're hitting it way up in the atmosphere, way up in the storm, but you can see the rotation on it.
I just heard from the National Weather Service. They expanded
The watch.
the tornado risk.
Oh.
The 10% tornado risk. So I'm going to start to pull that up.
and what was that before that total risk percentage?
It was, they had a 10% chance before, but they expanded where that is
Where
a little
to?
bit further.
Okay.
They pulled it a little bit further east. And I think that's because they were seeing the storms in Oklahoma. And let's go getting it on the web for you guys. It takes a little second to pull that up. Me and Jamie are having a race because I can see Jamie's monitor and he can't see mine. And I beat him by like 5 seconds. But we're going to take your feed, Jamie. We'll go off of your feed of this.
Okay, so we'll go into the outlook, and this is the tornado. These are the tornado props. So what they did basically is they filled in the gap from the KC area all the way down to near Dallas. So initially what we had was that higher tornado risk into southwest Missouri, northwest Arkansas, and then there was a gap until you got to near and north of KC. They went ahead and just the I-49 corridor, 10% tornado prob along that line. So-
Can you go to the categorical? I believe that's the term. The old avocado. There we go. So this is just the generic risk. It's pretty consistent with the message that we've been saying is we think areas that are to the west, closer to that I-49 corridor, better chance to see storms. And also I think it's great that we're looking at radar right now and we go, they're not here. If there was going to be a really bad storm today, if there was going to be a massive storm, I think now would be the time it would be forming. We don't see it right now. We're not seeing it. So this was the window we were most concerned about, is in that evening sunrise hour. It's quiet, so that is good. Now we can't say, hey, there's not going to be any more tornadoes. There's still a chance, obviously, if the second wave. But that is a big change in the right direction. And Jamie, we're just going full on your feed of this radar. And I know people have been asking about, is Springfield in the tornado risk?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that's a very non-politician way to answer that. I appreciate that.
I'm not going to beat
it's
around
not
the
a,
bush.
it's not a, well, I mean, there could be the conditions that will require Springfield. It's, well, the chief told it for you. Yes.
But what Matt's getting at is, like, look at this area of storms to our west right now. I mean, those are not there are individual embedded thunderstorms, but this is now a big, broad area of rain with some embedded thunderstorm activity. And what's good about that is now there's a lot of competition between the storms. That hopefully will help to keep some of that severe weather risk at bay. But there's still going to be embedded thunderstorms in that mass of rain and thunder to our west and northwest that will be severe, that will produce some hail and could produce tornadoes. I don't think right now, though, kind of looking at it, I think I don't see any tornado warned storms at this point now in Oklahoma or eastern Kansas or western Missouri. So, we're probably looking at a lull. I would guess that later tonight we're going to see some tornado warnings, but right now there are none within that line. Wow. And that's good news.
Jamie, if you can do something for me. I'm getting a lot of questions about You know, people. I'm just scrolling through. We got someone saying, "Hey, what's going on in Purdy?" We got someone saying, "What's going on in Lebanon?" I got someone saying, "What's going on in Osceola?" Daniel's asking about Osceola. Someone's
There's Purdy.
asking about. Kathleen's asking about Grove Springs. Someone's asking about Pineville. Someone's asking about. Michael's asking about Warsaw. Jen's asking about Lebanon. Brooks asking about Bolivar. Morgan, you're asking about Buffalo. Anytime people do
Somewhere
this,
everywhere.
Well, I mean, you know.
anytime people do this, I'm like, it's probably a good time for us to give a forecast of everyone because I can't name all the different towns. I'm trying to. Megan's asking about Raleigh. They're still coming in as I'm talking. Jamie, I got Max One pulled up. If you can on that computer, kind of remote into Max One, drive the car for us and kind of go through your forecast. If you have a future cast built out, let's kind of go through that and talk about what we're expect for the next few hours.
Okay, so just we'll start with the radar view right there. And on that radar view, you can see we've got severe warning storm to the west of Henry County, west of Clinton. That's going to track northeast. That's going to move north of Clinton. That one I did see a little bit of rotation with it higher up in the storm. Don't see anything that's low level. Looking in southeast Kansas, northeast Oklahoma, no warnings until you get to southeast of Tulsa. So it looks like we've got a new warning right there southeast of Tulsa. That is a tornado warned storm. This area of thunderstorm activity, and we'll broaden that back out, that area of thunderstorm activity is going to gradually make its way into southwest Missouri and northwest Arkansas. There will be some severe weather with it as it moves through. I think we're going to see some hail. Now that the storms are starting to compete with one another, maybe the hailstones won't get as big as tennis ball size, but we could still see some storms that produce maybe a quarter to ping pong ball size.
We saw Carthage earlier.
Yeah, so that's going to be a possibility. And I do think that we are going to see a few of these storms be tornado warned as they move across our area. This is wave one. Now,
can you get a future cast for me, Jamie? Let's try to get the
so
timing.
I'll go down. I got to go down further. Actually, I'll go over here. Yeah, I'll pull up I got the old toolbar. It's like, I'm almost 50. And so my vision is not great. I refuse to wear glasses. So it's very hard to see on a small laptop screen what I'm actually looking at.
We're loading up the future cast.
So we're going to.
Alan's asking about West Plains. Chris
There
is
we
asking
go.
about
So
Mount
there's
Vernon. Teresa's asking about Billings. We're going to get that future cast.
There's
for you guys.
future cast. Let me get that thing off right there.
There we go.
So there's Futurecast. We're looking at the whole area so we can kind of cover everything. So that is 10 o'clock, a little after 10 o'clock. You can see how that gob of thunderstorms that's right now located from south of KC down in northeast Oklahoma near the Tulsa area. By 10 o'clock, that will have slid into southwest Missouri. The southwest flank of it's still going to be in northeast Oklahoma. Someone earlier was asking, are we going to see anything in Springfield by that point? It's possible. Once we get to midnight tonight, this is near 1 o'clock, actually. You can see that line is oriented from about the Lake of the Ozarks area down through Springfield into northwest Arkansas. So that lead area of thunderstorms, I think that's still going to be the main event, I think. That's where we're going to have probably the highest chance of hail, tornadoes, if we can get some line segments going, maybe some locally damaging wind gusts. And then you can see the squall line off to the west in southeast Kansas and northeast Oklahoma. Again, that's 1 o'clock in the morning. Let's take you a little further in time. And as we get to, say, 3:30, closer to 4 o'clock, that lead line at that point should be in Dent County, Douglas County, down in the Harrison, Arkansas area. So at this point, a lot of areas are still untouched, like West Plains and Alton and Salem, Arkansas, maybe even Mountain Home, Arkansas. Hot on the heels of that first line of storms is that squall line along the cold front. At that point, it stretches from Warsaw back into northeast Oklahoma. Again, this is 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning. Let's take you through 4, 5, or 6 in the morning on Saturday. So that is about 5 o'clock. At that point, the first batch of storms, most of it has moved out. We've still got a severe weather threat on the cold front itself with the squall line, which at that point, again, 5 o'clock in the morning, is pushing across Miller, Marys County. It's pushing across the Springfield area, including Nixon, Ozark. It's pushing across Rogers, Arkansas. With that squall line, what we're expecting is a risk of maybe some locally damaging wind gusts, possibly some spotty hail, maybe up to quarter size, and can't rule out a brief spin-up type tornado, what we like to refer to as the old mesovort. And then by 6 o'clock in the morning, you can see at that point, I think Springfield's in the clear, Monette's in the clear, Warsaw's in the clear, Camdenton's in the clear. But folks out east, near and east of Highway 63, down in north central Arkansas, you've still got at least a limited severe weather risk. And then by 7 to 8 o'clock in the morning, that squall line at that point is starting to clear those counties as well. And we're seeing the severe weather threat come to an end. Bottom line is, you saw the forecast here. That's from one of our models that we look at. It does a great job on timing. Sometimes it's a little slow. I would say the HER, which is what we just looked at, maybe about an hour slow. But it's going to be an overnight storm event. I mean, while it may be quiet right now, we're probably going to get into a period where we're dealing with tornado warnings sort of on and off.
Scroll that back to, I don't know, midnight, 11. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to see right there is the two different waves. And let's go midnight, Jamie, when it's kind of on top of Springfield. Now, this is a model. It can be wrong. Just because the model says it's going to be there at 12:17 doesn't mean it's going to be there at 12:17. But it gives you a good
general
estimates
idea.
of around midnight.
Yeah.
This is where that first wave of thunderstorms is going to move in. And this is the blob that's over in Kansas and Oklahoma. That's what comes to Springfield around midnight. So if you're watching and you're from Billings or you're from West Plains or you're from Republic or from Ozark or Nixa or Sparta or Highlandville, or gauge it off of that. And it's going to move. That's wave 1. And then kind of scroll it for me, Jamie. We can kind of see wave 2. That's what's in Kansas right now. I think the second wave isn't as scary to me, but it still has the potential of that spin-up mesovort tornado.
Yeah.
So there's the second wave. That comes in with the cold front. When you get that second wave to move in, you're done. Saturday is going to be a pretty nice day, especially compared to what we're having for today.
Yeah.
Sunday looks even nicer. Storm chances again on Tuesday.
So, what it looks like is we're not going to be able to give the all clear on severe weather in our area until maybe sunrise.
Wow. Long night.
And so this is an overnight severe weather event that we're going to have to keep tabs on. It's one where there are no warned storms in our area right now, but we're going to find them later tonight. And I think we're going to have a few tornado warned storms overnight tonight. So that risk is there, and folks, they're probably going to be hitting the bed later this evening, and our advice to them is just make sure you have a way to receive an alert in case a warning comes in at 2 a.m.
Jacob Dye, one of our weather watchers. Should I stay up tonight, or can I go to bed? This is one of the things that you were just saying, Jamie. It's like you need a way to wake you up. Nighttime tornadoes statistically twice as deadly as daytime tornadoes.
Because you're not on guard.
And it's not because the big tornadoes come at night. It's people sleep. People don't take this
You're
seriously.
just not aware of it. Yeah.
They don't have a way to stay safe. So, the model can change at any second. Well, not only do the models change, computer models are never wrong. They never call for 24 inches of snow and we get 6. They never ever do that. They are so good. They are spot on. A model has never ever gotten anything wrong ever. I don't know why you'd even insinuate that a model could get things wrong. That's the HER. That's one of the more we're going with that. We're showing it off because it's one of the more recent models that came out.
Because it kind of focuses on the short term, which is what we're focused on.
That model is we basically say, hey, we only want you to calculate 24 hours out. Don't worry about doing what's going to happen next Tuesday.
Yeah.
Work on tonight, and it focuses all its energy into that, and it typically does a little bit better on this. Where can you go for shelter? Oh my gosh, this is a great opportunity.
Where are you at? Usually we can give a list of that, but where are you located, Cheyenne?
Let me
We've got a handy dandy list of that. I think we may have that online. I know we normally pop that up, but I'm not sure if it's on our
Googling
tabs
it
right now.
You looking for the severe weather playbook, Matt?
the playbook? Yeah, I should have brought it in.
We've got a
I
bit
type in
on
shelter
now.
and it's giving me cold shelters, and I don't think that's what you're hunting right now. Let's see. It's on the website. Here we go. I got it pulled up for you. Web capture. Oh, at the website of ozarksfirst.com. Ozarksfirst.com, your number one source for news, weather, sports, and all the information you want. I don't know, Cheyenne, where you're watching from, but we have it sorted by county. We got Greene County up, Berry County, Boone County, Baxter County, Cedar County, Christian County. So let me hit some of the big ones. At Ozark, you have both on Jackson. You have the OC. If you're in Ozark, you have the OTC also on Jacksonville. Nixa, I already heard from Zach Rance. He's an awesome guy that works with the public schools there. He let us know, hey, if things get bad, they will open up. It is Inman, Matthews, and then the junior high at Nixa. Those are the places you can turn to. And Christian County has not Christian County, rather Greene County has a lot. Kickapoo High School is probably a big one that people know. Hillcrest is another one that people know. And, of course, some of these elementaries, the O'Reilly Family Center, those are some of the more popular ones that you can go to. So,
Matt, where are these located? Just so people, right now we're giving the information, but say like it's 2 hours from now and they have a need for a shelter. Where can they pull that up? Where do they need to go?
You just go to the weather tab and then, you
Right
go to
there.
the weather, Ozark
Right
Storm
there.
Shelters.
Okay, that's perfect.
So, written by Matt Hefner. Look at me go.
Who's that guy?
So,
He's big on hyperlinks.
Apparently so.
big on hyperlinks. Ozark Junior High. Someone said Ozark Junior High. That's not on my list, and I don't know if that has changed. If we need to update the list or not. But okay.
You guys were talking about cold shelter earlier. And I'm like, we're in a cold shelter right now.
Yes.
Coldest room in the building.
It is kind of chilly. I was wondering where my
Literally,
coat was. Yeah.
there are openings in the ceiling. Cold air is just funneled down.
Justin, I'm going to get to your question because I think you've asked like 5 versions of this question. You've been asking a lot about the sun being out and the impacts of that. A lot of times when we're going into tornado coverage and it's a sunny day before, people are like, oh, it's wonderful. This is great. They said it was going to be storms. And that is, if it's sunny and warm and humid, as a meteorologist, we start getting worried because the atmosphere is charging up energy. It's priming. It's getting warmer. And a lot of times sunny, beautiful, humid days before a storm comes in, that's bad. That's not good.
The sun and the sunshine can play into the amount of instability, especially later in the spring as you get those really warm and humid days. You can get those really big high cape days, high instability days. But yes,
Kat is watching.
Yes.
If we can get a pizza delivery in here, that would be awesome.
Well, I thought you were talking about the space heater.
Oh, you want the space heater?
Yeah.
Oh,
I can forego pizza for
Kat,
space.
I think we
actually,
need more than a space heater.
Kat,
at
if
this
you're
point.
watching,
Yeah, it's-
if you go into the weather lab, there's going to be 4 filing cabinets. 1, 2, 3, 4. The second one on the left-hand side, the bottom drawer on the second filing cabinet, there's a blanket in there. If you get that for Jamie,
there's also
we can have him
there's a
cuddled
maroon
up.
hoodie. There's a maroon hoodie.
Oh,
I'll take the maroon hoodie.
Yeah, I'm surprised you're not in that right now.
Well, it's because I came in after the television broadcast.
You guys can't see this. Let me pull up the camera room. All right, we got the wide shot. Right over there, right above Mike's head, there is an AC vent, and it just pours down the whole time, cold
24/7.
air.
But
I'm surprised you guys can't hear it on the mic because it's just a constant.
I guarantee though, come July or August, this is the room we're all going to want to be in. And
No,
crowding into.
what'll
Still
happen
be too
then?
cold.
What'll happen? No, it could be, or it could go the other way.
Well, that is true. Yeah.
You ever notice like when it warms up outside and then it's like, your heat's
flips
not
on
kicking
us.
on, the air's not kicking on, and it's just
True.
getting warm in the house, or cold in the house.
If people are wondering why we aren't digging into radar right now, things are quiet. You can also see my setup. I got a whole lot of things going on. I got 3 monitors. I got the OBS production. Got radar over here. I got my cell phone with more updates. I got my Uncrustable, and this was going to be dinner if it wasn't for.
Well, now you got your pizza. So
pizza.
you got your dessert.
But
There you
all right, it's quiet on radar, right? That's why
it's
we're
pretty quiet.
waiting for the next wave.
Relatively
It's
quiet. Knocking on the door though, man. I mean, the storms are lined up along I-49 down
Let's,
in northeast Oklahoma. So
Well, we've got our reporters out
There
there,
it
and they're
is.
asking where do we go. And so for the last hour or so, other than the ones that are way up north, we're just kind of watching and waiting on where to go.
So if you're on I-49, you're seeing it. I'd say the only place that it's spilled in past I-49 is over in Stockton. That's Cedar County, Cedar County, St. Clair County, Henry County. Ooh, severe thunderstorm warning. Just a little west of Clinton. That is, I got about a quarter-size hail on that. We're waiting for this big old blob that is, let me draw it in for the people that always ask all these questions. Here's that blob of thunderstorms, and it's going to very slowly get pulled this way. Very slowly. But it continues to move mostly off into the northeast.
And then on the southern end of that, I mean, you still have one tornado warned storm, and that's just east of the Tulsa area. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, we had a knock at the door. Is this the delivery?
But
Hold
the
on.
pizza delivery person. Are you more excited about the pizza or the blanket?
I'm,
Okay, it's the blanket and the pizza.
Hey, Matt, remember to tip your.
I do not have money for the tip.
That's okay. This is free. It's on the news director, so you enjoy this.
Oh.
Here's your blanket, Jamie.
Oh man, that's what I'm talking about.
Anyone need any? There's some free slices in there, so just message me if you need more.
Okay.
We weren't
Let's,
spaced so far apart, guys.
We got sausage. We got
The whole
sausage.
thing. We didn't give her a tip. Well, we know where she works. We can count her down.
I need to put the pizza. I have to get a workspace.
Matt, it's a rookie mistake, man.
Yeah.
You start eating. It's hard to talk.
We may have to smell that for a bit.
Yeah.
Everyone else is having a pizza party, so we get to join them in our own here. So
God. At least some people are enjoying the pizza party. Let's go to radar.
Matt, you can look at the pizza.
I think I'm going to eat the pizza, to be honest. That's why I'm like, hey, let's go to the radar image, and I'm not going to run off screen and put pizza in my mouth.
yeah, we won't see what you're doing behind the scenes here. Yeah.
All right. Let's, Jamie, I'm going to take control, take your feed, if you're
Okay.
fine with that.
Yeah.
So let's go over to your laptop feed.
Yeah, right now I'm just looking at this one storm that's in the Tulsa area. So you can see Broken Arrow, and you can see Tulsa to the northwest. And what I was doing is trying to zoom in. So this is like our quad panel. This allows us to see like different images that kind of play a role in like our decision making as to whether or not this thing's severe. Is it producing a tornado? Is it a tornado on the ground doing damage? And right now, you can see the circulation that's located here to the east, southeast of Tulsa. That is the reason why there is a tornado warning on that storm, and that's going to continue to track off to the northeast. There are a bunch of chasers on it right now. I don't know that there's anything like on the ground. There's another product that we use. It's called correlation coefficient, and I'm kind of right now like that bottom right image right there. What we do is we kind of look at that to see whether or not there's a debris signature. That bottom right image is what we call correlation coefficient. So what it does is it senses different object sizes being detected by radar. So if you got a tornado on the ground, it's probably flinging up different objects of
debris,
different size, and so the radar is able to sense that, and then it gives you what we call a debris signature. And then if you correlate that with the velocity couplet, then you're like, okay, we got a tornado.
Put two and two together.
It's doing damage. Even if nobody sees the tornado, we can go ahead and say that that's a confirmed tornado. And right now, don't see a debris signature, but we do see a pretty healthy circulation, and that, again, is to the southeast of Tulsa. I'll go back to that bigger image right there, and that
goes
is
so far down.
Yeah, that's on that southwest flank. I mean, so we're looking out of the Tulsa radar. I'll put this in motion. This is probably about an hour long, maybe 45-minute long radar loop. And you can see this is just gradually making its way into southwest Missouri. And then the northern extension of that is already into western Missouri, extending up
Oh,
into the Warrensburg area. We got that one severe warned storm to the west-northwest of Clinton. That one's going to be tracking toward Warrensburg. In between, there's really not a lot going on. So this is, this is a lull. I mean, a lull, so to speak, because we did have one severe thunderstorm that we were tracking across southwest Missouri, and of course that one's since faded, but it did produce a little bit of hail over toward the Carthage area.
Yeah, I know Parker right now. He is in the Fairplay, Stockton area. That's really the only thing that you were talking about right there that we're seeing. And he's saying they're seeing some lightning off and on. they had some rain showers. I know we had somebody on the comment section asking about that a second ago, but that's really the most that we're seeing right now.
And that, when we get into these extended periods of like severe weather coverage, sometimes you're going to hit these lulls where you just don't have a lot going on locally. But that doesn't mean that we're done with severe weather. We really haven't gotten into the thick of it. The thick of it's coming later tonight, later this evening, as that area of storms to the west, western Missouri, northeast Oklahoma gradually makes its way in. So it's probably, even though it's not too busy right now, I mean, it's going to get busier overnight tonight. And this is why he's energizing right now. He's fueling up. He's eating the carbs. He's getting the carbs.
I like how Eric said, I'm eating a PB&J, and it's like, this was about to be my dinner. This was about to be my dinner. But no, we got the pizza. Doesn't that look appetizing?
What did you go for? Sausage?
If any local restaurant would like to sponsor this live stream, reach out to us at Ozarks First.
Does that mean we get to have a pizza party then every time there's a storm? If they sponsor
Hey guys, I think there's going to be another tornado coming.
Right?
We gotta get more pizza coming. It looks really, really, really bad.
Gearing up for a pizza party on Tuesday? Is that what we're doing?
Oh my gosh, yeah, more storms. We have to go again.
I don't know if we can see Parker's live
Colin,
stream out there.
we are using Radar Omega.
Yeah.
Radar Scope is good too. If you have Radar Scope, it's good. It's a way that you can see the product directly from the National Weather Service. I would not recommend this. My mom all the time asks, what weather app do you use? And I'm like, I use Radar Scope and Radar Omega. And she's like, that's the one I'm going to get. I'm like, don't. It's like it is not watered down at all. You're getting direct radar product from the National Weather Service. If you want to know if it's going to rain or not, don't get this app unless you have some weather experience.
Now, Matt, we have our own weather app.
We do, and
Here at
that
Color
is
10 Fox 49.
If you want to
Ozarks
know
First Plus.
if it's going to rain tomorrow or if it's going to be 62 or 73, just get our weather app. We'll do it for you. So
If we wanted to plug, like, you're talking about like the different radar options that are out there online. What I like about Radar Omega is that the versatility of it. There's a lot of stuff that you can look at for a pretty low price. Also, I think for me, what sells it is the mapping, because a lot of times when you're watching severe weather and tracking severe weather, the mapping is critical. I mean, you need to see the detail of the map so that when you're talking about where a storm is, you've got a good array of roads that you can refer to, or
over on Farm Road 50,
maybe even like Radar Omega. Even it's kind of like a Google map where you can it'll show you other highlights,
right,
like local landmarks, like where the local Walmart is or where the local
that's important. Yeah,
Domino's is.
that pizza is sausage and mushroom. I don't know who. I appreciate our news director, Mark, very much. I appreciate you for getting this pizza. I do not want to complain. Let's make sure it's very clear.
I feel like there's a
appreciate
butt
you doing
coming.
this.
What?
But sausage and mushroom?
Hey, you got your meat and your vegetable. Is mushroom a vegetable?
I fully get
mushroom is
supreme.
not a vegetable.
I fully get supreme, but sausage and mushroom. All right, I ranted.
Hey,
we're
you know what they say about
we're
looking a
radar.
gift horse in the mouth, Matt?
I started. Hey,
And
I
beggars
started.
can't be choosers.
I started with said I appreciate you very much for doing this. You did not have to, but sausage and mushroom. Who has ever said sausage and mushroom is my favorite type of pizza? Anyways, severe thunderstorm warning. We're starting to get some more of these warnings to spill back up. It's the blob of thunderstorms in Kansas, Oklahoma, and for areas really north of Highway 54. This does not come with a tornado possible tag. We had a severe thunderstorm warning earlier that had a tornado possible tag. That was in the Carthage area. Guess what, Carthage? You guys are under another severe thunderstorm warning. I think the main threat with this is
wind is what they're going with. I mean, they're going for three-quarter inch hail.
So that is not severe for hail. That is severe for wind. Let's flip over to velocity view. And Jamie, anytime you want, I can take your feed. But right now, that's fast.
Well, and guess what? You zoom in on that. Zoom in on that. There is.
You're looking.
What
at,
you have
you're
is a
looking,
shear axis. You have a shear axis.
Are you looking
there.
at this?
Yeah, you have a shear axis right there north of 126, south of 160.
I just thought I was going to eat pizza.
And yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. don't get too gummed up. We may have to start talking here, because what we're looking at is we're looking at a shear axis that could tighten up. Right now, it's very linear, but if we start seeing that thing focusing, then they may pop a tornado warning off on that. So I'm going to Yeah. So you can see this is a radar loop, and you can see that there is.
Yep, let me take your feed.
Yeah. So what I'm showing is in this radar loop, you can see that shear axis as it's moving past Pittsburgh, moving northeast. You can see there appears to be a bit of a couplet starting to show up. So that right there is what we're going to be watching real close. So as we get new scans in, is that focusing? Is it intensifying? Because you've already got some pretty strong inbound winds. We're starting to see some stronger outbound winds right there. And if that starts to focus up, we're probably going to see a circulation, and we may see a tornado warning issued. And that is, let me go ahead and clear that out.
Well, Jamie, it's interesting talking about the wind. That's going to do more damage than, hail. We're getting our first power outage reports there in the Lamar area north of that. So I don't know when it might have happened. I mean, 35 customers without power right now. Not a whole lot, but that's the first we've seen all night.
3,500 without power.
Yeah, and so that's going to probably, grow quite a bit as the night goes on. But that's the first we're finally starting to see pop up.
Yeah.
And interesting, right, as we're seeing that wind event right there as it grows.
Yeah, there may be some. Yeah, I mean, I think the warning for winds up to 60 miles per hour, that looks good. I mean, based on what I'm seeing here on the velocity data, there's a pretty good surge of wind coming into areas southwest of Lamar and northwest of Carthage. Mm-hmm. It's not to I-49 yet, but Jasper, probably right now it's kind of Jasper into southern Barton County. That's pretty good surge of wind. And on the north side of that, where you can see my cursor, on the north side of that, that's that broad, maybe not quite a circulation, but it may be a developing circulation to the west of Lamar. And that's appears to be kind of tracking northeast as that surge is kind of making its way toward the Lamar area. So that's going to be, I think, our first area to really kind of keep an eye on, maybe for a tornado risk in our area.
Talking about the stream, I hear you guys' comments. You're saying the crackling is back.
Uh-oh.
I'm reaching out. We got Josh. Josh was the legend. He managed to fix it once. He can probably do it again. So stay patient with us. I hate that things are starting to get active again, and that's when these audio issues are starting to pop back up. Speaking of,
so for
I do want to check with the National Weather Service, try to get their take. See, I mean, they're watching the same thing, and they're saying this looks like damaging winds. They're very consistent with what you're saying, Jamie. Fast winds. They're not ready to issue a tornado warning on it, and I agree because it hasn't fully tightened up into a couplet into one place that we say right there that's a tornado. But it's fast winds. It's winds that can rival the speed of a tornado, and everyone always gets mad at Facebook whether it's straight line winds or a tornado. But this is what is just now starting to form. Let me zoom out a bit.
So yeah, just looking at radar imagery, I'm going to guess that we are getting some winds of 60 plus miles per hour. They're approaching Lamar from the southwest with that wind surge.
Let me see. Of course, it's in meters per second. Oh yeah, that's very helpful. Meters per
No,
second.
I know. So what you got to do on that is you just double it, and that'll give you knots.
Tell you what, Jamie, we won the Revolutionary War. I ain't going to use no meters per second.
Yeah. Metric what?
Man, yeah, that is starting to look at that shape, bending back. That S shape. We always say that's a shape you don't want to see. That's a shape because you have fast winds are causing the structure to bow out. National Weather Service is going to. Let me see if I can get this update on screen. Going to go for tornado possible tag, rotation signal showing up southwest of Lamar.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a change. That polygon's going to change from a yellow polygon to an orange polygon. They're still seeing the same thing. They think, this may, hey, we're watching. We got fast winds. It doesn't take much for this to tighten up, and we got something on our hands. We also have spotters into that area. So pizza party is...
I think you're gonna have to pause the pizza party. I think,
or scarf it down real quick.
Yeah.
I do want to stress, if there's a tornado warning, let's say there's a tornado warning right now. This is what we're going to do: is we have to break into TV coverage. That's what we're required to do. We're not required by the FCC to do what we're doing right now. So if there is a tornado that does occur, me and Jamie are going to be on Color 10. We're going to be on Fox 49. We're going to be on KOZL. And as soon as that tornado warning stops, we're going to stay here on the stream. The stream will stay up this whole time. The stream will continue with our tornado coverage feed. You guys can keep asking questions. I'll try to answer them. Be a little bit harder for me to answer the questions, but I will still monitor the Facebook comments. I'll still monitor CTV. I'll still try to answer your guys' questions. The stream will be up throughout this whole event, and once those tornado warnings, if they fire up and then once they disappear, we'll come back and continue to answer
Matt,
your guys' questions.
if you want to change that from meters per second to miles per hour, so you're going to go into, there's a pull down that those 3 lines at the top left, hit that, and then you're going to go into radar settings.
Yeah,
and then you're
hold on. We got someone being a little bit ornery in the comment section.
Uh-oh.
So come on. Okay. Someone saying, should I be worried? And I mean, this is what we've been expecting and calling for most of the days.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's just been very quiet for most people.
Yeah.
It's been quiet in Springfield. It's been quiet in Branson. It's been quiet in Forsyth. And we have a lot of these crews out there not seeing much. And this is what we've been saying all day. This is the messaging that we've been having, is that chances of tornadoes to come in a little bit later. And we're just starting to see that now. As let me draw this back on. Here we go.
And you can see, like, okay, so what we're looking at on radar right now, too, I mean, you can see where the severe thunderstorm warning is. And notice the orientation. It looks a little weird, right? A little funky. I mean, it looks almost like a block. But that portion there that's in Barton County right there, that's now oriented kind of northwest, southeast, when you start seeing those kinds of signatures, you're looking at, like, a surge on the line. You're looking at wind energy in the atmosphere coming into that line of storms now and causing that portion to start surging northeast. And when you get that kind of setup, that's when you start looking for what we call mesovortices, these little bitty circulations that aren't supercellular, meaning you don't have rotation higher up in the thunderstorm. It's more low level, but they can still produce damaging winds, sometimes over 100 miles per hour. And you can get these weak tornadoes that you still have to be concerned about. So that's what we're looking at the potential for west of Lamar, is something trying to spin up quickly out of that. There's no tornado warning yet, but the severe thunderstorm warning that is in place does come with that caveat of a possible tornado. They're not yet ready to pull the trigger and upgrade this warning, but that possibility is on the table.
I want to respond to someone. There's people asking questions about Springfield. This is still expected to go into Springfield. I think there's some people that aren't clear on this. We're still expecting around midnight. Could be a little bit later than midnight, but this kind of wave of thunderstorms, let's make sure everyone's kind of on the same page with that. This kind of wave of thunderstorms generally going off to the northeast, but very slowly moving west to east as well. So it's very slowly getting pulled towards us. Latest models want to put that on top of Springfield around midnight. That's a good gauge for that. This is wave 1. Wave 2 is a little bit further back. Switch back to wave 2. Here's wave 2 with that second cold front. So we still have 2 chances to get impacted with thunderstorms. Here's the first wave. Here's this second wave that's back behind it. Both of these are moving. It's quiet in Springfield. We still have the opportunity for storms in Springfield. So I think some people are misinterpreting that. I just want to make sure that message is clear. We think it's mostly the midnight hour for wave 1, and then wave 2 is going to be several hours behind that.
And I'm going to be curious, honestly, what kind of reports we get out of Lamar. I mean, that wind is getting into Lamar right now. It's moving in from the southwest. So we may start seeing some reports of power outages and wind damage in the Lamar area. Looks like there still is not a tight circulation, but it still looks like a broad circulation to the northwest of Lamar. And, you know, for folks that are watching from downstream, El Dorado Springs, Stockton, so we're talking maybe southwest St. Clair County, western Cedar County. Folks, be on guard. I mean, that circulation that we're watching now northwest of Lamar is heading in that general direction.
Can you zoom in on that, Jamie? We got your feet pulled up.
So yeah, here I'll go ahead and draw it out too. So this is the circulation, and you can see it's tracking generally in this direction. So Jericho Springs up to El Dorado Springs over towards Stockton. This whole area right here, just kind of beyond there are no warnings yet for your area, but that circulation is heading in that direction. And so what we're watching for right now is what we would call a shear axis. But what we're watching for is to see that thing tighten up. If it tightens up, I think the National Weather Service is probably going to go ahead and go with a tornado warning on it. They're just not there yet. And then further south, you can see you've got some pretty strong winds coming across I-49 into the Lamar area. I would guess in that 50 to 60 mile per hour range. I mean, when you see these blues, especially these darker blues, that's indicating winds. The radar is sensing wind speeds of around 60 miles per hour, and some of that wind energy is going to make it down to the surface. So Lamar down, not yet into the Carthage area, but that general direction down I-49. I mean, they're getting some strong winds right now, and that's going to continue to also spread east toward Milford and Newport and Golden City. But as for tornado risk, I'm going to be watching the northern edge of that most closely.
I know Parker stationed out near Stockton, and so you were mentioning some of that stuff will be heading up there from Lamar. So it'll be interesting to see if he's able to get anything. I don't even know if he sees any lightning or anything right now, but they're just kind of hanging out there.
I think he's seeing lunch right now. Yeah. I think they're parked and getting something to eat.
They're having their own pizza party, I guess.
They're having their own pizza party.
Yeah, they deserve it. Yeah.
Yeah. Finally, that kind of wall of thunderstorms getting a little bit closer to us. People are asking question. Oh, good report here. Kimberly, wind in Osceola, thunder and lightning. So I wonder if we have anyone watching who is closer to the Lamar area,
Yeah. Because in Osceola, I mean, they're well out ahead of the storm that we're talking about. Mm-hmm. There is a little line of showers, and maybe there's some lightning with it coming into Osceola right now. But we're not worried about that right now as being severe. It's further southwest down toward the Lamar area.
Man.
And I don't see anything on, looking at chat right now. I don't see anything yet.
We do have a couple people. Someone from the city of Lamar in chat is saying, "Hey, they're there. Winds are picking up," and I would believe it. Our radar is estimating 60. National Weather Service saying it may be as high as 70. Jamie, can you? I haven't flipped my thing to meters per second. Can you do that for me? Get a estimate on these winds.
I'll flip it back over to velocity. And let me, there we go.
What was this estimate?
So, yeah.
70.
You see that 72 mile. Now, keep in mind.
This isn't at the surface.
This isn't at the surface. This is higher off the ground. But some of that wind energy very might well be making it all the way down to the ground. So we've probably got 60-plus mile per hour winds getting into Lamar right now.
What's your guess? I just saw the weather station at Lamar. I'll try to pull this up. What's your guess, Jamie? Is it 60?
I'd say 60, 65.
Pretty good. That's why you're the most accurate. 62.5.
Wow.
Let me. So that was the latest scan from the weather station in Lamar. 62.5 wind gusts. To put that in perspective, sometimes these numbers just sound muddled together. They just got another 63 wind gusts. That is roughly a weak tornado. Wow. That is roughly wind speeds of a weak tornado. It's coming more in a straight line rather than a little spinning couplet. Here we go. Let me get it on web for you guys. This button, and this button. We're looking at this number right here. Weather station at Lamar. Thank you, University of Missouri Extension Office, MIZ, baby. Wind gusts 62.5 miles per hour. That's what they just had at 8:20. It's 8:25 right now, so they should get another scan. I don't know.
So that's a severe. I mean, they got a severe wind gust. I mean, that warning verifies.
Yeah. And anytime, that's why I love this chat system that we have, because I don't think we have too many people watching from Lamar. It's nice when people are saying, hey, we're getting fast winds. I'm not seeing hail, whole lot of rain, whole lot of lightning. It's nice to get those reports.
Matt, right now, I think we might be looking at, there may be wind gusts now in the Lamar area that are approaching 70 miles per hour. Wow. Because radar right now is estimating wind speeds at that level that it's hitting at 80 miles per hour. So some of that wind energy is maybe making down to the ground. I think you could probably, sometimes you can trim off maybe say 10, 15 miles off of what the radar is sensing high up in the atmosphere, and that'll give you a pretty good idea of what the wind speeds are at the surface.
A lot of people asking about different locations right now. We'll talk about it in a second. We do want to focus on. We'll get a future cast for you guys in a second, but we're seeing 60 to 70. This is tornadic wind speeds into the Lamar area. We don't want to get off of this right now to give you a forecast about kind of what's not happening in your area. But there we go. There's those maps. Lamar fast wind speeds right now. They're probably getting the bulk of it. Let me flip this over to velocity.
Yeah.
That
right
is
over it, right over Lamar.
about
Now, Matt, what's good is right now that shear axis north of Lamar, that area where you see the blues right next to the reds,
Yeah.
it's basically very linear. So we're not seeing everything kind of
Yes.
focusing into a ball. So right now there's no evidence that we're seeing a tornado develop right there.
I mean,
But there are strong winds right there.
let me draw in that line of wind. So not quite yet to Golden City, not quite yet to Newport, not quite yet at Milford, but not long until it gets there. That's kind of the boundary. If you're on the left side of this blue line, you're getting the fast winds. If you're on the right side of it, buckle up. It's about to come in. New scan. You can see it progressing even further. And what Jamie's saying is we're looking at meteorologists where right now I'm trying to look into this area. I'm trying to look into this area. I'm looking at where opportunities that this can tighten. It can start to tighten. If you have fast winds that tighten, I think you know what our concern is. It would be a tornado. So we're not seeing that now. We're seeing this broad and spread out.
Right now we're just
think
seeing
of a figure skater, and whenever they get their arms together and they're very tight, they're spinning super, super fast. That's how you get the tornado. Right now we're seeing the figure skater with their arms out. We want it to stay that way. That's going to lessen the chance of a tornado.
Yeah, right now we're just seeing straight line winds in that area. And that surge, that wind surge is moving northeast. So it's moving in the direction of Milford, Newport, Jericho Springs. So that's going to be getting into Cedar County. As far as like, if Matt, are you on yours or mine?
I'm on mine. Let me flip to you.
So as far as like tornado potential, and again, right now we're not seeing anything that would indicate that there's a tornado imminently developing. But this, if I was to draw the area that I would watch, it'd be that area right there, that area northeast of Lamar, that area that's oriented northwest to southeast. That is where the wind energy in the atmosphere can interact with that axis of winds, and you can see, you could potentially see maybe a spin up. So that is also going to continue to kind of track toward the northeast, toward Montevideo, Jericho Springs, areas west and northwest of Stockton. But again, not seeing any imminent tornado development.
I mean, I want to flip it back to mine for a second. It's very easy to see where that wall of just 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Mike, if you can, just keep an eye on power outages. I think people will be losing power from this.
We're seeing them trickle in. I mean,
I think this is going to be knocking down power lines. This is going to be knocking down trees. This is going to be causing problems. So,
Are you still looking at the OBS?
let me get a check on that, Jamie. I haven't looked at it in a sec. Let me go back up to camera on this. Guys, I know a lot of people, where comment section has devolved into craziness with people demanding we talk about what's going on at Branson, but we got tornadic wind speeds moving on. We'll get to that in just a second. The weather observations went down last scan at 25, went down to about 53 mile per hour. So
Okay.
I don't know where in Lamar this is. If it's on the west side of Lamar, it makes sense that winds are starting to die down. If it's on the east side of Lamar, winds are still probably at that 60 mile per hour range.
But a lot of times when you get these like straight line wind events, I mean, once the wind ramps up, and then it stays high, you keep getting these gusts for like 15, 20 minutes. A lot of times it's not just a quick gust and you're done. You were talking about Branson, just kind of showing the wide view. Branson's
going crazy
quiet.
about Branson.
Well,
Come on.
Branson's quiet right now. I mean, there's nothing near or around Branson right now. And I think it's going to be a few more hours before Branson's going to be under the gun.
Can you change that over to reflectivity? Anytime we don't...
You're on yours.
I'm on mine.
Yeah.
Oh, that is why you can't. No, I'm on yours.
There we go.
No, I'm not.
Now you're on mine.
I'm on yours.
Now you're on mine. So yeah, if we kind of just focus in on Branson, you can see there's nothing cooking down there. We find some storms off to the west and southwest, but everything is tracking northeast. So it's going to take a little while to get this into the Branson area. A lot of this focus for thunderstorm activity in the short term is going to be up towards Sedalia and Bolivar and Jefferson City, and eventually it'll clip areas further south like Springfield. But I think it's going to be a while before it gets into Branson. It looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. That is for that line that is surging now out of Barton County and should be making its way into southwestern Cedar County, and that's where the new warning is. Let's see what the warning is calling for.
Oh, click on that, Jamie.
70 mile per hour. So they're calling for winds up to 70 miles per hour. They do still have the tornado possible tag on it.
Tornado possible tag, winds of 70 miles per hour, damage threat considerable. National Weather Service putting a considerable tag on this. So I know before we were getting to joke, we're having pizza parties where we're laughing because we're like, we're waiting for something to happen. And then here it is. This is going to be causing people without power. If we keep these winds at 70 miles per hour, that will knock down some power lines.
Yeah.
That's going to cause a headache.
We're getting them rolling in.
The good and the bad, right? Good and bad. I'm going to keep your feet up, Jamie, but I'll talk to me on camera. Good and bad. Not seeing anything tornadic right now. That's good. The bad, widespread area of 60 to 70 miles per hour winds. So that is a widespread area where we're getting tornadic wind speeds. This is into Dade County. This is going to be moving into Stockton. This is going to move into El Dorado. This is what's eventually going to knock in. So if you're watching from Lamar, if you're watching from Jasper County, you guys are getting the worst of it right now, but give it time. It's going to move further off to the east. Most of this activity looks like it's going to be north of I-44 with these very fast winds. Now, I know we still have chances of tornadoes in Springfield. We still have chances of thunderstorms in Springfield. That's still possible, but I think that is a better chance to see it once we get closer to that midnight hour for us. We're just seeing this slow line of storms creep and crawl our way. So we still got a little bit of time before it will move in for us. Let me, Mike just stepped out. I think he's got to
I think
9 o'clock show.
Well, he got to get ready for we got to get ready for the 9 that's coming up here in 27 minutes. But you're taking the right tone here on this storm, Matt. I mean, straight line winds can still do a lot of damage. And in fact, you might even argue that, straight line winds versus a weak tornado, straight line winds are probably worse because they're covering more ground. More people are impacted. And that's a broad area, just kind of running the ruler down here. So from north to south on that line, a wind heading northeast, that's 28 miles. So you've got this 28-mile swath that's going to keep moving northeast up toward, Cedar County.
We got fast wind speeds, and people are commenting about my tie is available for sale at TJ Maxx.
Is that a knock on you, Matt?
They're either saying it's a great tie. Men's Suit Mart is where I got this tie. Very nice guy. Yes, Michaela, you're on it. People are asking, what can we expect for the timing in Springfield? Midnight is a good benchmark. We'll see how that evolves. Models have been running. They want these storms to be faster than what has actually been happening. So don't get mad at me if it's a little after midnight because it has been tending to drag a bit. But I think that's a good benchmark for what you can expect in Springfield. And then for people in Springfield, probably that midnight hour to about sunrise. That's our opportunity to get these thunderstorms, to get the rain, the fast winds, the tornado chances. So that's our opportunity for that. It is really just for areas, the fast winds north of I-44. It's been pretty quiet. And then, of course, Jamie, as you're getting ready to go and do the TV show.
The TV thing?
That things start to pick up.
Well, let's see.
I got your feed taken up. One sec. I got showing off your feed. Oh, you're doing power outages.
I'm
That's
doing
perfect.
the power outages. Yeah, let's take a look. Nothing right now. Nothing showing up on the old map. That's good news.
That is
surprising, but good news.
That doesn't seem.
You don't think that's accurate, huh?
No, because Mike was here earlier, and he was talking, and Mike said, I want to say 3,500 power outages. That was a couple hours ago.
I feel like we had it bookmarked.
Yeah.
Was that in your tab? Do you have one in your
I'll try to
tab?
pull it up. I'll try to type it in. Here we go.
There's different ways.
15,000 people without power in Oklahoma. About 1,000 in Missouri, but most of those aren't in our area. This system tends to lag behind a little bit, but I do want to stress we've been talking about these storm chances at that midnight hour. We've been talking about storm chances for Springfield at midnight. I know places north of I-44 are seeing it now, but good rule of thumb is if you are going to be going to bed, have a way to get some type of notifications. Do not rely on the sirens. There are times that the sirens don't go off. I don't want to call anyone out with this, but if you remember back to June 29th, that was a time that 40,000 people in Springfield lost power. A lot of people saw damage with that. A siren wasn't sounded. So you can't just have your only safety net being, well, when the siren comes, I'm going to get in that closet. If the siren don't come, I'm not going to get in the closet. Have some type of way that you can get notifications throughout the night. If there's a tornado warning issued in your area, have a way to get notified. If these wind speeds of 60, 70 miles per hour are on top of your town, you want to find a way to get notified, get out of bed, get into some type of way to stay safe. This is the start of spring, guys, which means it's going to be a long time. More opportunities. Tuesday's another chance of seeing more storms.
Yeah.
It's
I think that's
we got to
the
get back into the swing of this.
Sorry, I was reading some emails. So, yeah, that's that's the thing that's notable about like what's going on right now, Matt. And it's a lot of times you're going to get some severe weather in early March. It'll be one round of it though, and then you're done for a little while. It really doesn't pick up to this intensity until you get into like mid-April, late April, May. So it's unusual to have like this much severe weather in a short period of time because we had the risk back on Wednesday night especially. And then we have tonight's risk, and then we're looking at another risk come Tuesday afternoon and overnight Tuesday night. The good news is it looks like we're going to see this severe weather, this active severe weather mode that we're in right now, kind of shut down for a while. So we just have to get to the other side of Tuesday of next week, and I think we're going to be able to get more of a breather, take a break from this active weather. It'll come with cooler weather, or at least more frequent bursts of colder weather, but I like to say it, colder weather keeps the severe weather away.
Apparently, my tie is $5.99 at TJ Maxx. If anyone is interested, thank you, Jordan.
Matt, are you wearing a clip-on?
No. Here, look at this. Look at this. That is not a clip-on. That is not a clip-on. Okay, I have not buttoned my top button because I'm potentially going to do tornado coverage until 4 a.m. I'm like, you know what? Let's not do that. Josiah, why do you sound like a hillbilly when you say that? I am a hillbilly. My family are cattle farmers. We've been cattle farmers for about 200 years. I have to, on air, not slip up and let my Missouri Southern accent talk out sometimes. So sometimes I got to tighten that up. People excited about spring? This is the wave that goes back and forth, Jamie. We're getting. I do want to pull up radar as I say this, but we are transitioning away from the winter weather. Spring's getting closer. Storm chances are getting closer, and
yeah,
those winds are fast.
It's been, and you know what? I was talking to my daughter the other night. It was a weird winter, where we had so much warm weather. We had that 2 weeks, especially 1 week, where it was about as bad as winter can offer up, but. For most of the winter, it's just been these big surges of really warm weather, a lot of times coming with record highs. So it has been an odd winter, and I think a lot of folks are wondering, well, what does that mean for the spring? And it's hard to get a real good feel for how the spring is going to behave. A lot of times if you have warm weather early in spring, especially if you stay in a warm mode early in spring and it continues, your severe weather chances a lot of times kind of die down as you don't have as active a May because that big thermal gradient, that big difference in temperatures that really drives severe weather, it kind of shifts well off to your north. So you don't have that severe weather impact in May that you might typically expect. This spring, it's hard to get a good read on it because we're not done with cold weather. I think we're going to find some colder outbreaks of weather here as we get into the middle of March, and we may find more of that through the end of March. So
I want to show this off for, I know Kat's listening to our digital team. This may be something to keep an eye on.
That's an interesting comment you got right there.
Lamar is working on a brush fire from electric line snapping a tree. That is from the city of Lamar. Also, another update from the city of Lamar. We have one reported power outage I am aware of for a tree branch that has fell. So this is why I was getting frustrated when people are like, hey, why don't you forecast about Branson? Because it's like things are going down in Lamar right now. People are losing power. We have electrical wires that are getting snapped. If you get 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, that is what's going to cause damage. That is what's starting to move in. Reports of power outages. We have reports of a brush fire from some of these wires snapping and causing a fire spreading through. Sorry, I'm just trying to read through this chat, see if I'm missing anything else. But main report from staff is heavy rain. So that's interesting that outage reports coming in as well. So this is about pea-sized hail in the south city of Lamar. So this is the system that we've been talking about. We're seeing the hail. We're seeing winds 60 to 70 miles per hour. We're seeing people having electrical lines snapping. We apparently causing a brush fire. That's definitely worth checking on. Heavy rain in Oronogo is another report that I just got from the city of Lamar. This is it's picking up, Jamie.
Yeah, strong winds. Yeah, looking at radar right now, looks like the strong winds have moved into Jericho Springs. They are likely moving into Lockwood right now. If you're watching from Stockton, I think this surge of strong winds is going to get into your area before 9 o'clock. The strong winds haven't yet made it to Highway 39, but it's awful close. I think within the next 10 minutes, we're going to see those winds impacting Highway 39 south of Stockton.
Did you see that new severe thunderstorm warning? They just issued one. It's the one to the bottom.
Yeah, okay, I see it.
So you see that just got issued. That is for winds 60 miles per hour. So that's not quite the full blast that people are getting to the north.
Yeah. Well, it looks like looking at and this happens a lot of times is you'll get that initial surge, and as the surge continues, it starts to spread out. And as it spreads out, it gradually kind of loses intensity. I don't think that the wind speeds are as strong now as they were in Lamar, but I think we could still be getting some gusts, maybe up to 55 to 60 miles per hour. But it does look like maybe that leading edge isn't quite as strong as it was 20 minutes ago. And I also, here's more good news, at least in the short term. I still see no evidence of any circulations trying to develop where I would think they would. That area that's getting into southwestern Cedar County right now, that's what I would watch for, something to try to spin up. And I don't see anything right now.
Yeah, it's quiet to the south of I-44. And Jamie, can you flip that to
I'm going to go back
reflectivity
over to
for me?
radar. Yeah.
So I know this is a little bit easier for people to see. It's a wall of thunderstorms. I'm kind of using my there we go. Orientated like this, and it's going to slowly move further off into the east, slowly spill into the Springfield area. We've been saying midnight, and I don't know if that's going to hold up. It may be. I got to look a little bit on that because it is just barely
you can see
creeping
that.
to the east.
You can see that. Okay, so you got that surge going into southwestern Cedar County, but the southern flank of that is gradually spreading southeast. So we could see that portion of the line get into places like Ash Grove and Bolivar, and it might even get pretty close to Springfield. I mean, we're still 15 minutes out from 9 o'clock. So maybe by say 10:30 to 11 o'clock, we could have some rain here in the Springfield area.
Well,
yeah.
The fast winds are what we don't want to see. The 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Once again, in Lamar, we're hearing reports of power lines getting snapped. Obviously, people are without power because of that. We've heard a report of a power line snapping, causing a brush fire in Lamar. You have a brush fire with this amount of rain, that is remarkable. So that is what we've been hearing from the city of Lamar. This is that line of thunderstorms that's starting to get closer, and this is the first wave. We're still expecting another wave to move back in. I don't think wave 2 is going to be as strong as wave 1. If you told me I had to pick which one is going to be producing more damage, I'll take the wave 1 that's producing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. But, Jamie, I want to also not lose sight of the fact that you got to be on TV in 15 minutes. So I don't want you to walk in and on TV and just be like, well,
it's not like I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
So, but when I do leave, Matt, I may try to see if somebody can join you up here.
Oh, you don't want. Yeah, if you leave me up here, I'm going to get bullied. People are going to make fun of my TJ Maxx $4.99
Well,
tie.
You remember we had the snow coverage, Matt, and they were going after my blue tie, and I was like, man, this is a good blue tie. It's like this is a good blue tie with this suit. I don't know what you're talking about.
Amy, I am not single.
Uh-oh.
All right. You see these polygons that are being issued by the National Weather Service? My girlfriend is actually the meteorologist at the National Weather Service. She's the one that gets to decide if there's a tornado or not. So
That's a good save right there, Matt.
hey, I mean,
Good for you.
look at me. Hey. So if there is a tornado and you get mad, you can blame her. She's the one that's going to issue the tornado warnings for tonight. She's been issuing these severe thunderstorm warnings. She's also kind of giving me insight where she's like, I don't think we're going to do a tornado warning this. And I'm like, oh, I don't think you should either. So that is fun. I don't know what else to say. Here. Let's go to camera, both of us. I do want to... Man, these winds are fast, Jamie. You know, it's...
Yeah. No, I mean the straight line winds are still. They're not to Stockton yet, but I say in about 10 more minutes. I think before 9 o'clock, those winds are going to pick up in the Stockton area. Down toward Greenfield, I'd say maybe the next 5 to 10 minutes, the winds are going to pick up. Looking at this loop, though, Matt, you can see that the intensity of the winds has somewhat subsided. They're still strong. We still could be looking at gusts of 50 to 60 miles per hour, but they're not the same level that what came across the Lamar area a little while ago. And still no evidence, no sign of a circulation trying to develop. I'll stop this.
You said it before I could. That's what I was about to say. I'm looking at that. I'm not seeing anything that screams tornado here.
Yeah.
So
if we were going to see,
there are places to look, but
if we were going to see anything on this line right here that's surging northeast, that area that's circled in blue, that would be the portion that I would watch for something to try to spin up, and we don't see any evidence of that.
I'm showing your comment off screen. You're saying nothing yet in Greenfield. Please, if you can, look at this. James, can you zoom in on Greenfield for me, or I can flip it to where I have control of Radar Mega. A little back. I want to show the line. She's saying, hey, there's nothing in Greenfield right now, but it ain't far away.
No, it's not.
It is not far away. We're talking minutes.
That gust front's about 2 miles to the west.
It is minutes away from Greenfield. So I think the worst of the storm for you is what you're about to get in a couple minutes. If you can, we got eyes on the ground, ladies and gentlemen. We got a live reporter over in Greenfield. Let me know how this changes for you, if this evolves.
Because we can look at radar and we can kind of guesstimate based on what we see on radar, but I mean, we need people to say what they see so that we have like that ground truth.
I'm still getting bullied. This is not a clip-on tie. Look at this. Look at that. See that? There's no clip.
I tied that tie earlier today for Matt.
No, you did not.
No, I didn't.
No,
I didn't. Matt can tie his own
there's
ties.
no dimple. All right. When Jamie ties a tie, he puts a dimple in it. And I don't do that because it makes me feel like a used car salesman to have a dimple in my tie and be like, look at my
this.
Yeah, I don't like the dimple.
I like the dimple.
I'm not a dimple guy. It makes me feel like I'm going to try to sell you a used car at a 10% interest rate.
Do I look like I'm going to sell you a used car?
That is not what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying, Jamie. Hold on now. You need to trying to get me in trouble.
Matt, I'm going to have to go.
Yeah,
pretty shortly.
We will try to take some of your feeds whenever you do weather. So I'm just going to get bullied by the comment section now. This is the worst part.
Still don't see anything else out there that I'm overly concerned about, which is good. So I think we're kind of okay there. Still looking at a tornado warned storm down in northeast Oklahoma. That's that, kind of we like to call them like tail end Charlies. It's, southwest flank of this whole line of storms. Those are going to be the storms that probably have the best chance of producing severe weather.
My girlfriend tied it. Hey, let me tie your tie before you go to work, honey.
Did your girlfriend
thank you.
tie it?
No, I haven't seen her in a while. For the people that are watching in the room, Mike Landis was here. Mike Landis is now going to
do TV.
Other things in the world are happening besides weather. I think updates on the Middle East, what's been going on there. That's going to be a big kind of lead story for tonight, along with the chief, Jamie, obviously going to be doing some more forecasting. What I'm about to say is this big room that I have, it's going to be just me and a box of pizza very soon. So you're welcome to stay around and to hang on out. But
I'm gonna go. If I see anybody on the way down to the studio, I'm gonna tell them to come up here, man.
no, don't leave me.
All right, man.
Bring Kat back. Tell them we got pizza and a blanket. They can come party and hang out. Here, let me turn these mics off. All right, guys, it's just me. Now that the boss has left, we can have a little bit of fun. By that, I mean do some radar analysis, which I think is the one thing that everyone really wants to do right now. My mom wants to know how you own so many ties. Believe it or not, all right, some people were giving me flack about the difference between a $5 and $50 tie. I'm not going to lie. When I started this job, I went to Goodwill, and I got some really, really, really nice ties for about $199. Because most people are not a weatherman that have to wear a tie every day. Most people, let's actually get my tie straightened. Most people wear a tie for a wedding and a funeral. They wear it twice and never wear it again. So you're getting basically brand new ties. But since then, I have adapted my wardrobe. I have grown a little bit. And, Abby. It's good to see you, Abby. I haven't heard from you once. She used to work here for a while. Good to see you, Abby. All right. I'm going to be staying with you. Jamie has left. Jamie is going to go do the TV coverage. I am watching on this side monitor, and I can see whenever Jamie goes live on KOZL and Fox 49. That's where he's about to be live on TV. We'll take his feed so he can continue to give us some weather information. In that time, I'll answer your guys' question. I know people were getting all angry and frustrated that, hey, you guys aren't talking about Branson. I'll try to do a better job answering some of your guys' questions. I'll continue to look at what we're seeing at radar. So we will keep doing that while giving you guys weather information. And then if it does come to the point where, hey, we got a tornado warning, I'm going to have to join Jamie Warner into the OBS desk, or not the OBS desk, rather the weather lab. And we got to do coverage on that. So our goal is, this is something we really want to do for this spring, is we want to be with you guys before a storm, during a storm, after a storm, throughout that whole process. Because sometimes we get frustrated where the only time we're live is when we're breaking into Family Feud and people get a little bit mad at us and you're like, hey, I didn't know that a storm was coming until I heard the sirens. So that's a way that we can kind of still be back providing you guys weather coverage. We want to be here throughout the life cycle of the show. That's also why we started, I think, at 5 p.m. when there was really nothing because, well, we had to warn people that this was going to happen. What I'm seeing right now, let's not lose sight of this. I think, Justin, great question. You're asking, so what do I think of the wind speed? I'm also keeping an eye on the climate section of the viewer we had. I believe her name was Kara from Greenfield. I'm hoping she can give us another report of what actually blew through her town. But we just had wind speeds of 60 to 70 miles per hour in Lamar. Hearing from the city of Lamar, they said that snapped power lines. That caused people without power. That caused a brush fire. The fast winds snapped a line in half. That started whipping around. Now they had a fire they had to put out in Lamar. That is that 60 to 70 mile per hour winds that is continuing to move. It's in this Boeing line segment. There, let me make the pin a little bit bigger for you guys. I know some people are like me and don't have the best eyesight. There is where it is. So Stockton and Greenfield, you guys are up next. You guys are the ones that are having the fun time. And let's get an estimate on those winds. I think Justin, you were the guy that were asking about those winds. And it looks to me like this has, I don't want to say died down because it's still fast. It's still very impactful, but it's not as strong as what it was. So, of course, I got this in meters per second. I think 20 meters per second is about 45 miles per hour. 26 meters per second, I think that's about 50, maybe 55 miles per hour on the wind speed. So, of course, I got it in the non-freedom units. That's why it's a little bit confusing. But the fast winds right now, the places we're looking, it's over in Greenfield, over in South Greenfield. That's where this line of winds are moving in. Not quite into Dadeville, not quite there. Moving up, about to get into Stockton, if you're watching from Stockton. And along Highway 54, winds just moved past El Dorado. So, National Weather Service still going with a tornado possible tag. Oh, yes. Yes. Kara, this is our person that was from Dadeville. And I think I wonder if I can scroll up and get her old message and we can show kind of how this has changed. This is why I love doing this chat, guys, because I can see how things progress. Here we go. So this was her comment at 8:47. This was her comment, 7 minutes ago? And we said, sit tight. It's about to get real fun for you. And then she responded by saying, it's here. Winds are howling over in Dadeville. And she's getting those winds, I would guess, 50 to 60. So it's a little bit down from the 60 to 7 that was in Lamar. That's still enough to be impactful. That's still enough that's providing really fast winds. I do want to start getting things set up. I want to answer some of your guys' questions. Can I do an hour projection? We'll do this. Jamie is about to be on TV in, I think, 3 minutes, giving a forecast. If he does not, we're going to take the feed of that. We're going to show what Jamie's about to do. If he does not do an hour projection in 3 minutes, I will do one afterwards. All right, I don't want to do one, then Jamie does one, and then you're like, well, Matt said 9:15 and Jamie said 9:30, so you guys are now butting heads. We'll see if Jamie does that in a couple minutes. If he does, we'll take the feed of that. We'll show that off. If he doesn't do that on TV, I will get the graphics, and I will show that off for you. I do want to start to get things set up for showing that off on TV. Let's go get that all set up. So all I have to do is hit one button. Well, the World Baseball Classic. Looks like we got a baseball game on Fox, so we're not going to be on Fox until this game ends. We're going to be on Kazel soon. All right. How high are the winds going to get in Republic? The winds right now aren't too bad in Republic. It looks pretty normal. I want to answer this because I always know Samuel. Bud, you're just like our other weather watcher, Kara. This is Stockton. You're on that line of the fast winds that's moving it. Not going to be the worst for you. I think you're looking maybe 30 to 40 miles per hour. People in Dadeville and Greenville were looking at winds about 50 to 60. So you're about to feel that in Stockton. You're the one that's kind of up next to get a little bit faster winds. So stay with us with this. And right now, National Weather Service has warned this for a severe thunderstorm, could produce some hail. We're not too concerned about hail, but yeah, you could get some pea to marble-sized hail. They are saying winds to 60 miles per hour, and that comes with a considerable tag. So that can do a lot of damages. Man, I just got an update from my good old weather watcher friend, Subby. I want to show this off. I want to give Subby some love. Let me show Subby some love. Subby, where'd your comment go? Here we go. Jim Sublette, he's from Henry County. If there's people watching from Henry County, he kind of does like what we're doing now is anytime there's bad storms, he's going to live stream and give you guys information. He's definitely worth a look on YouTube. Just type in Subby or Jim Sublette. That should get you to there. He said there's a storm chaser with our group, just called in a semi on its side on I-44 just north of Lamar. That makes sense. That's the area that had winds about 60, 70 miles per hour. I heard of power outages. I've heard of brush fires from electrical wires snapping. And now it sounds like that has flipped a semi over. And you know what? I need to tell our team semi flipped over in Lamar. Semi flipped over on I-49 just north of Lamar. Maybe we're going to be able to get Parker Pageant there. And what time is it? 8:59. Oh, zooming in on my face. Yeah. Kimberly saying Subby's good to watch too. Subby is good to watch. He tends to focus on Henry County, but he does an excellent job with that. Man, we got some really good live shots. Let me show this off. This is Parker Pageant. And last I heard, he was going to be southbound on 39, trying to get to the south and then go west. There's a storm tracker in the live drive. Also, I want to see if we can try to get Jamie. Let's see if we can get Jamie. Is he going to be up? Maybe a black screen. Of course. And what about this? Is he going to be up? Nope. We're getting the Baseball Classic. Unfortunately, I can't pull up Jamie's feed. So Whoever I promised we're going to do an hour-by-hour forecast, I'll start working on that right now. But want to show off the shot that Parker's getting in the storm tracker. That is just awesome. He has been on this for most of the day. Look at the heavy rain. I believe this is in the Lamar area. It is just pouring. Oh, my. Wow. Wow. Look at that lightning, guys. Let's see if we can get sound.
Copy. What? Okay. If there's a highway coming up, actually no, we should be fine. Just take this a little slow.
Man, I can't tell if there's hail. Kind of looks like it. There is hail there. We're gonna save Parker's
Come on, Jamie.
feed. Look at that flag too. The flag is just completely horizontal.
Where are you going?
This is such an incredible shot. As I say this, I'm going to work on a future cast for you guys. Parker should report pretty soon.
Come on, Jamie.
Apparently, Jamie's talking a little too long. Your hair looks great, Parker. Looks incredible. Great mustache. Man, that is incredible lightning. We'll get his report here, then we'll do a future cast. I still think the storms for midnight in Springfield, that's a good benchmark. May see some rain before that. I still think that's a good kind of point to
Are you seeing any more debris in the road?
to aim. He did mention, are you seeing any more debris in the road? I guess that means he's already seen some debris. Man, this shot is awesome. All right, Parker, you look great, but not as good as the weather outside. Flip the camera back. Oh, here we go. He's about to start
right
talking.
Now we're actually getting out of the city limits of Stockton, heading south in Cedar County. This is what it looks like for us in the front. As we were driving through Stockton, we were seeing some small debris in the roadway. No massive damages at this time. This is what it looks like behind us. You can see just giant bolts of lighting just illuminating the sky as this rain is coming down. This actually really picked up in the last 15 minutes or so. We were kind of in the heart of Stockton about, I want to say 15-20 minutes ago, when it was quiet. There was no rain whatsoever, but this is how quickly this storm has moved into the area. So we're going to try to get south of this storm, possibly follow it to the northeast part of Cedar County, possibly into Polk County. But you can just see how much lightning is in the skies that's accompanying this storm. But we're going to continue to follow this in the storm tracker. Mike, back to you.
All right, I'm going to pull Parker down. I never know what he's going to say. There's a good chance that he may start cussing or something. But hey, that sounded, I believe it was Stockton. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that was in Stockton where his shot was. And Doreen is also in another shot. We're going to go out to Doreen right now, too.
Afternoon, spawning several tornadoes and leaving behind a path of damage in Three Rivers and the community of Union City. Now, in this video right here, you can see houses torn apart, roofs and walls ripped away.
You guys are hearing
strong winds, leaving a lot of folks
Mike Landis in the background.
to take cover before the storm hit. She said, "Mom, look, there's a roof."
Doesn't look to be as active where Doreen is. And last I heard, she was in, I want to say, Kimberling City. I should be able to. They're in Monette. So what you're seeing right now is Monette, light rain, big change. Really not a whole lot of flashes of lightning. You compare that to what Parker was seeing. I'm going to flip this back to Parker's shot. This is Stockton area. And especially when he had that camera pointed backwards. I wish I could almost yell at him. There's that good lightning flash. This is Stockton, okay? So, yep, Stockton. Yep, Stockton is where Parker's at right now. It's a good shot. It really is. Lightning is moving in. We had a watcher in Stockton that was giving us updates on this. I do want to say it looks like the worst of it right now is pushing out of Stockton. The worst of it is moving out of this area. If you're watching from Stockton, this is wave 1, and wave 1 is starting to come to a close. So, good report. Robert Hall, they don't have streetlights in Monette. I'm assuming you're saying they do have streetlights. The streetlights just don't have power. So let's check the power outages, because last time we checked, it said essentially no one has lost power. And then since then, I've heard reports of people without power in Lamar, reports of people without power in Monette. I imagine people without power in Stockton, and the website is lagging behind. It tends to do that. Okay, I want to give the future cast. There were some people, they're patiently waiting for me on a future cast. I need to go back to this weather computer. Here we go. Here is, let me flip this for you. This model is doing okay. All right, let's understand that before we get into it. This model isn't 1 for 1. This model, it's at 9 o'clock. Let me back it up. This is model saying, hey, this is what's going to happen at 9 o'clock, and it's not accurate. All right, so it's not initializing properly. We're asking the model, hey, what's going to happen at 9, and it's already wrong. It's already getting this time wrong. So take that with a grain of salt, but I do think it's handling the timing all right. And it wants to put out that Boeing line of winds. You see that over in Springfield. You see that in north of Springfield in Dallas County. That's also reaching into parts of Camden County. This is right around midnight, and this is what we keep saying. Midnight is that good benchmark for Springfield. Maybe a half hour earlier, maybe a half hour late, but midnight continues to be that benchmark. And I think the fast winds are going to continue to be areas just north of Springfield. So if you're watching in, let's say, Buffalo, Bolivar, Hermitage, Camdenton, I think those are areas I'd be a little bit more concerned as we can continue to get these fast winds. And this is just wave 1, right? I got this paused at midnight right there. Now we're going to go on, and this is at a little past midnight. You see that line of storms that's moving in. By the time we're getting to 2 a.m., everyone should at least see some type of rain. Oh, this is good. Linda, I'm assuming you're saying there is power in Stockton, if I'm hearing you right. I think you're saying there is power in Stockton. Monette does not own streetlights. Okay. Yeah, someone said Monette doesn't have saying they don't have streetlights in Monette. Okay. So this is the future cast. Around 2 o'clock, I think everyone should see at least something, and we're kind of seeing the end of wave 1. Wave 1 is starting to ramp up. Wave 2 is that second line that's producing the thunderstorms in Clinton, Warsaw, Nevada, Stockton, and Joplin. That's wave 2, and that's going to hit us again, and wave 2 will wrap up, I'd say, maybe sunrise, probably before sunrise. So that's the future cast, and if you're not seeing the rain now, be a little bit patient, as the second wave is going to bring more rain to people. I don't think it's going to be as strong as the first wave, but it still has a chance of tornadoes. It still has a opportunity where I can't say, all right, let your guard down, you're going to be just fine. It's something that we need to continue to track, and I think if wave 2 produces tornadoes, it's going to be those very quick spin-ups. They form very quick, they go down very quick. Form quick, down quick, up quick, down quick. That's wave 2. My mic is peaking. Thank you. That should be better. Who said that? Thank you. My mic was peaking. Thank you for calling that out. Hopefully that's a little bit better. If it's still fuzzy, we've been having problems with audio getting fuzzy all night long. If it's still bad after that, I think I tweaked it, but if it's not, let me know. Then I'll reach out to our engineers. Oh man, that voice crack. I've been talking for a really, really long time, guys. I need to get some water. Okay, want to answer something else. Is the tornado threat still low or moderate? I would say if you are west of Highway 65, it's a moderate threat. Storm Prediction Center said about 10% chance. I think that's a fair number. if you're east of Highway 65, I'd say that your tornado chance is a little bit lower. But 10% for a tornado, 10 to 20% for a tornado, yeah, that's worth talking about. That's worth stressing. And what happened over in Lamar is they didn't get a tornado, but they got fast winds that moved in 60, 70 miles per hour, caused a whole lot of problems. Still sounding fuzzy. Yeah, we've been having that problem all night. This is the first time that we've really kind of live streamed in. Okay, Megan's saying it's better now. Megan's saying we're doing better. I do want to talk about radar here. And the big thing is if you're watching from Stockton, wave 1 pretty much ending for you. You're still going to be getting rain. Let's go to Parker's live drive because he was in the Stockton area a little bit earlier. That is this one. And there it is. So he was in the Stockton area. You're seeing the rain hit the windshield. I don't think there's hail with this. I haven't heard a report of hail. If anyone's watching from Stockton, let me know. Did you get any hail with this? Because I haven't heard a report yet. I also haven't heard, any reports of flooding. If those two things are happening, let me know. Okay? I do want to address this. Whitney, you're saying, I get really bad anxiety when there's a tornado. So does my kids. I got a little bit frustrated earlier today because the governor issued a state of emergency for this tornado. I don't think it warranted it. This is just, we're getting to springtime. And guys, when you get into the spring, and you get some warm weather, and you mix it with some cold weather, and you have some moisture, that's an opportunity for some tornadoes. That's what we had for today. Today does not look like a tornado outbreak. Today does not look like a massive, terrible, oh my gosh, it's going to be another Joplin. It looks nothing like that. We may see a weak, brief spin-up tornado, but generally, this isn't anything that we can't handle. We're back to Parker's shot. I don't know which bridge he's on. I wish we had Mike Landis in here because if he was here, he would be able to tell me, oh, yep, that is this bridge. They're driving on this direction, and they're at this mile marker, and you're about to come up to a gas station that's worked by Mary Sue, and she's a lovely lady. You need to stop and get some sweet tea. I don't have that type of ball knowledge over in Stockton to go that in depth. I assume this is Stockton Lake they're driving over, but I could be wrong. If anyone knows, we can try to get our guesses in. Oh, here we go. Actually, I would guess that this is 215 to Bonna. That is my guess. I only know because Parker just texted me. He told me. You're seeing the rain very consistent. Wow, look at that lightning strike. Cloud to ground lightning strike. Crackling seems to be coming back. I don't know. I did what I could to fix it. Every once in a while, this is coming with those big booms of lightning. Those big flashes that we're moving in. Okay, Parker said he is crossing Stockton Lake. Okay, so I was right on that. He's crossing Stockton Lake, and looks like he's just gotten to the other side. Being a Joplin survivor, I was upset about seeing the state of emergency. It was really confusing. I lived in Ozark at the time that, I won't take your comment down because it's blocking the road, but I lived in Ozark in 2011 when we had that tornado, and so I have seen the damage. I remember taking shelter from the Joplin tornado that day. I remember doing that, and I don't think this is going to warrant a state of emergency. I hope it doesn't warrant a state of emergency. I'm not seeing anything right now that would make me scream. This is a really, 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 really bad situation. This is springtime, guys. Thunderstorms, fast winds, tornado chances. So it's been a while since we've seen that. I think maybe the logic behind it was this is kind of the first decent tornado chance we've had in about 9 months, and you kind of want to wake people up to, hey, something's going on today, pay attention. I do want to dive in on radar. I keep getting distracted in a second, and as I say that, I got distracted again because I just got a message from our engineer. The audio problem is with, it's about the audio problem. Good. Talking to my engineer, he's trying to fix the audio issue for me. This is so sad, guys. Let me go back to the white shot. We started at 5 o'clock. I had Mike Landis in that chair over there. I had Jamie Warner back there in that chair. They have left me. It is now just Matt Hefner with you guys into the OBS studio, and we're trying to watch out for storm coverage. We're trying to watch out for tornado chances, and it's starting to pick back up right now. We're having audio issues. It's just me in here. I'm trying to look at the forecast, trying to give you a little bit of audio issues. My engineer has reached out to me, and we're going to try to work on that. I may have to take a break and shut Obion. He says he could fix it, but we would have to turn down the stream and go on a break. And is it really that bad? Comment section. How bad is my voice? Give me a okay or give me a, hey, we got to restart this thing. I'm gonna go off of it, and Abby, of course, is calling me a robot. I do want to say, in my robot voice, tornado warning in Oklahoma. This is getting very close to spilling across the state line into parts of McDonald County, into parts of Benton County. This was previously an observed tornado. Bad, very bad. Bad. Ugh. All right. We're going to go to break. We're going to get this audio issue fixed. We will come back, okay? Yeah, people are saying it's pretty bad. Okay. I'm going to go to break. We're going to get this audio issue fixed. We're going to come back. It looks like things are about to get more active for us as well. Don't worry. We're not going anywhere. We're going to fix this. We're going to continue and keep providing you guys coverage. If you want, Jamie's going to have continued coverage. He's doing his forecast right now on TV. No, I got enough people saying it's fine. Well, I think we had plenty of people. Oh, my engineer just said, don't stop the stream. Okay. We'd have to switch to PCR or something for a bit. Okay. I am going to switch to Parker Shot. We're going to see if he can fix it for a second. One sec, guys. You're going to be without me for a second. You have each other in chat. You have each other. You don't have me in my robot voice. All right. Okay. This time we're back. Providing you guys more information. We've been having audio issues. Let me know if there's still audio issues. That's what we were fixing before. People were telling me my mic was crackling. Things weren't sounding good. I think everything should be back and running again. And we should be consistent on CTV. I think we just ended the Facebook live stream, but we'll start that back up. We'll get more information for you guys. I don't know if we're live streaming anywhere. I think we are. And I want to continue to kind of show things off. You guys were looking at this shot for a while. That's what it was stuck on. This is Parker's live drive. And he was going across the Stockton area, just across Stockton Lake. You've still seen that lightning in the distance. And, well, here's the reason why. Let me pull up the old radar image for you guys because we have some changes to it. It is starting to get a little bit more active. That is... Here we go. Tornado warning, not in Missouri yet, but it is knocking right on the door. This is a radar-indicated tornado. This was producing a tornado earlier. This produced a confirmed tornado. I saw the funnel cloud myself. This is what's about to spill into parts of McDonald County. McDonald County, you're not under a warning right now. Keep an eye on it. The system continues to evolve. The line of storms, the line of thunderstorms that are moving across is now mostly for areas north of I-44. Some of it's starting to spill below it. We're seeing that just north of Monette. We're seeing that for parts of Neosho. But the biggest part that we continue to be the most concerned about is where these fast winds, where we're getting winds about 60 to 70 miles per hour. And National Weather Service previously had this at 70 mile per hour winds. They put a tornado possible tag on this as well. So we are looking for places where this line starts to bow and kink and twist. And I don't see anything that looks... maybe... I'm not seeing anything that screams tornadic. So, let me get chat pulled back up. I am hearing reports of flooding in Joplin. That's a report that I am hearing. Let's see. Oh, sweet. My chat's working again. Here we go. We got numerous reports of flooding in Joplin. I was trying to dance around on the screen with this thing earlier. Let's move this back. There you go. That's where that belongs. Numerous roads in Joplin, minor to moderate flooding. That is something that is saying. Someone is also saying storm drains are struggling to keep up in Baxter Springs. Weather stations, we've said we've received about 2 inches of rain in Baxter Springs. Did update, and National Weather Service is also saying that they are changing some of the polygons on these severe thunderstorm warnings. They just did an update. Tornado possible tag remains in effect. They have taken Christian and Greene County out of this severe thunderstorm warning. So look at that border right there. Springfield not in it. We were earlier. They took that out. It seems to be going to the north. That is something that they have trimmed back. But don't worry, there's still more behind this in closer to Carthage and Joplin. That's going to be our chance for really these storm chances. I think the worst storm chances for Springfield is going to be closer to that midnight hour. Let's see if we're up on Facebook. I know the Facebook stream went down. We're going to try to get the Facebook stream back up for you. Kat has been helping me out today. She's the person that brought me pizza, brought Jamie a blanket, and also is going to try to get that live stream open back up. But we are tracking kind of these lines of storms to move back in. We still have that risk of tornado chances for tonight. Haven't seen one, and I hope it stays that way. But there are tornado warnings in Oklahoma. That's the part of the line that we're watching. That's the part of the system that we need to keep an eye out for. Parker is about to do another live drive. And I want to show that off. He said, hey, I'm going to call you. And I'm like, dude, I'm a little bit busy. I'm doing weather. Let's see if I can get his shot pulled up. Here we go.
2:15, I believe. We are making our way towards fair play. This is what we're seeing. When we spoke to you around 9 o'clock, this evening. We noticed a significant rainfall, lots of lightning in the skies. The storm has kind of dwindled down a little bit from where we are. We're kind of behind that big push that we saw around 9 o'clock. We're actually trying to follow it now as it's making its way through Polk County at the moment, so we're trying to catch up to it. You see just right there, still lightning in the skies. So we're going to keep tabs on this. We're going to kind of follow this as it makes its way through Polk County as it progresses northeast. So, Mike, back to you.
All right. That's Parker Schott. Maybe we can continue to get a little bit longer of a report out of him. But I mean, it's a really good shot. He's been driving. You see those flashes of lightning. It's this system that we've been talking about. It's what we've been trying to push in, what we've been saying that we have those chances. Let me text Parker and see. We can hear you. I'm going to turn him up. Let's see if we can do a little interview with him. We can hear you. If you want to talk. Okay. Let's start this virtual camera again. That may be able to help him. I'm curious because earlier he was talking. Parker was saying, hey, I saw some debris. I want to know what he's mostly been seeing. Oh, he wanted to call me. Okay. Here we go. Hey.
Hello.
Okay. We should be able to hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me, Matt?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You can hear me?
So earlier, I heard you say something, and you're just like, you're talking with Brady, and you said, you're asking, did we see any more debris? Where did you guys see debris earlier at? Did you see any like trees down or?
So no trees down at the moment. As we were making our way south of the Stockton city limits, we were seeing some, small branches, some leaves, kind of your very minor debris. We did see a road sign that was knocked over. We emailed a picture of that to the newsroom. I don't know if you, it may not have gone through to you yet, given the cell reception in the storm, but we saw at least one roadside down. We're actually making our way back up northbound on 215. We're making our way to Fairplay, and we're actually going to head east from Fairplay back to 13. I'm sure you can see it on your radar. There was that storm that kind of hit Stockton pretty quickly.
Yeah.
It kind of made its way northeast into Polk County. We're trying to catch up to that. But as you can see, we still have some rain. There's been the occasional lightning, not as significant of an amount since we spoke at 9 on the news, but we're going to continue to follow this and kind of position ourselves for what's coming out of Joplin at the moment. Oh, you saw that? Did you see that?
Yeah, no, I saw that lightning strike. Also,
there might be a delay.
I don't think there's much of a delay. It looks really quick. We're also we got the Facebook live stream back up, so if anyone has questions, we can answer those for you. Parker, you are driving towards Fairplay, right? You're headed east on Fairplay, and you're basically, I'm looking at radar, you're kind of in between the two.
We're about to turn east.
Okay, so the storm is strong in Stockton. It's strong in Bolivar, a little bit further to the east of Fairplay. So we're going to probably see more of these lightning strikes. We heard reports of winds about 50 to 60 miles per hour earlier. Did you feel that? Was it pushing the car around? What? Did you see any hail too?
Matt, that was the thing. Before no hail. Didn't personally see any hail, but before the 9 o'clock, before we started driving south, we parked the car because we were kind of iffy on whether we should be driving in this, and the Storm Tracker, it's a pretty heavy vehicle.
Yeah.
And it was wobbling. I mean, the wind was kind of you could kind of feel like as the storm was making its way northeast into Stockton, My back was, my back's to the back of the vehicle, and I kind of felt like the wind was kind of, lunging us forward a little bit. So, I mean, definitely windy conditions when that storm hit the Stockton area. We just, like I said, personally, I did not see any hail, but we did see a lot of wind and a lot of lightning and a lot of rain very fast. But yeah, like I mentioned, we're trying to catch up to this storm as it's making its way through Polk County, and it's going to kind of position ourselves for what we're seeing come out of the Joplin area and Lawrence County at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, it's good. So no hail reports from you. Fast winds. The rain has been consistent, and we've seen the lightning strikes too. There was one right there. As soon as I said that, that has been really the stories. The fast winds, the lightning strikes. Yeah, that camera is the shot you had earlier when you were driving through Stockton at, I want to say 9 o'clock. That was just incredible, especially when you flipped it back. It seemed like you guys were ahead of the storm, trying to get away from the storm, and you're like, look what's behind us. And we just saw the lightning, boom, 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 just flying down.
I'm telling you, every time a lightning strike was in the sky, the entire sky was purple. These were not only consistent lightning strikes, but they were very bright. Now, obviously, it's dark outside, so anything bright, looks a lot brighter.
Yeah, going to light up everything.
But these were illuminating the entire sky.
Yeah, so we're going to keep your shot up, Parker. We're going to definitely shoot me a text. Give me a call if you're seeing of anything. And what was the picture you sent in? You said you sent a picture. It hasn't made it into the newsroom yet. What was that picture again?
It looks like it came in at 9:09 from Jesse Elliott. He's with us in the tracker as well. This was actually, granted, it's not, it's a road sign that was put out to warn people of a bump in the roadway. But those things are supposed to withstand, a certain amount of wind. Certainly had no chance with what was coming into Stockton. So
okay,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna check my email. Oh yeah, I got all my email. Okay, here we go. Let me pull it up. I don't want to show my email off to people. There's maybe some sensitive information, but yeah, here's the picture Parker was talking about. That was knocked over. Not not like a stop sign. That thing wasn't planted into concrete, but it's still consistent with, we were saying winds maybe up to, we got a report of 65 mile per hour winds. Maybe they were up to 70 as well. So knocking down, especially in Lamar, that was the area that was more impactful. Parker, I'm going to let you go. We're going to dig into radar. We're going to keep your shot up. You're going to still be driving around. You're headed towards the Fairplay area, trying to track the storm, follow it. So definitely appreciate that report right there. All right. Let's go back to radar, because I know a lot of people are asking, hey, what about this town? What about this town? What about this town? And when people do that, it's tend to be my time to go back and give a forecast. I'm going to say what I'm seeing right now, people, and then I'm going to kind of give a future cast on the way. Let's see. Sarah's saying, hey, there's nothing in Springfield at this time. It's not far away from Springfield. I have not looked out a window in about, 6 hours. So I don't know, but I imagine you're probably seeing a good lightning show just north of Springfield. That line of storms is not too far away. Nikki's wondering, hey, what's going to be in Nixa? We'll get that future cast in just a second. Hitting Bolivar right now. Okay. So here's where this line of thunderstorms are. It's just a massive clump, and this is still the wave one. I'd say changes with the forecast is wave one has taken its sweet time. It has taken a while to fully arrive, and that is good, where I'd say the chance of seeing some really large thunderstorm or large tornadoes is starting to go down, because wave one is forming into this massive line. We're still tracking the possibility of some tornadoes, especially as this line segment continues to move. New severe thunderstorm warning just issued by the National Weather Service. This is for hail, a little less than an inch, winds of 60 miles per hour. View from cross timber. Winds are crazy, as well as the wind, as well as the rain, rather. Is the storm in Bolivar headed to Lebanon? Well, you can see that severe thunderstorm warning right there. It looks like the bulk of it, the worst of the severe thunderstorm, is going to be just to the north of Lebanon, just sliding right on top of you guys. me switch this over. Man, I don't have a graphic made of me and radar. Can you believe that? Oh, no. Yeah, I do. Here we go. So this is the system that has been the worst. It's been producing winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour in Lamar. This is tracking off into the northeast, and this kind of barrel of really fast winds, I'd say 50 to 60 is a better estimate for it now, is going to go somewhere between Lake of the Ozarks and Lebanon. I think that's roughly the area that we can start to see things that really start to impact the most areas. It's been quiet in Springfield. People in Springfield haven't experienced too much, but the rain is not too far away, and really this cluster of storms is still, I think, the worst of it in Springfield. We've been saying midnight for majority of tonight. I still think midnight is a good benchmark, maybe a half hour before, maybe a half hour late. These storms are taking its sweet time, but midnight is still a really good point for what we're expecting. Is Battlefield going to get hit around the same time as Springfield, still around midnight? Maybe a little bit earlier for you guys. Battlefield, west side of Springfield, you're going to get it for people on the east side of Springfield. That's where most of these storms are. And it's getting with it out here. And Pomme de Terre, it's really starting to pick up. This band of thunderstorms, I also want to keep track of this. Look at this guy down here. This is a tornado warning in Oklahoma that is butting up against the Missouri and Arkansas state line. So this was producing a tornado on the ground earlier north of Tulsa. I have not heard of damages of that, not because it hasn't happened. I've just been focusing so much on weather for us. I haven't been able to look at what happened over in Tulsa. But this is a tornado warning storm that's getting very close into McDonald County. That's going to get close to Anderson, Pineville, Goodman, that general area. That is what we're continuing to watch. National Weather Service hasn't issued that tornado warning for Missouri yet. I think they really want to wait as long as they can. I'm not, well, let me flip over to velocity. Let's see if they're going to continue this downstream. I mean, that's still tight enough that I would not be surprised if they want to continue this tornado warning. I mean, look at that. Anytime you see a patch of green and a field of red, that means we have tight rotation. That rotation still looks tight to me. So I almost expect this tornado warning to get spilled into parts of McDonald County, maybe even parts of, not quite Benton County because it's going to be going further to the north of it. But, okay. Let's start answering some of these questions that you guys got in chat. I love showing you guys this question off. Do I think Denton Phelps will be added to the tornado watch? I haven't heard anything from the National Weather Service. I keep tracking. I'm in contact with them. In fact, the person at the National Weather Service that is issuing all these polygons, the person that issued this red polygon for tornado warning and this yellow polygon of severe thunderstorm warning and this yellow polygon of severe thunderstorm warning is actually my girlfriend. And haven't heard anything from the National Weather Service that they're looking to extend watches at this time. Could they do it? Yes, but I think right now they're not seeing anything that's going to slap Denton, Phelps County into the tornado. National Weather Service is saying they're still monitoring this tornado warning. That's kind of what I'm hearing from them. Their decision right now is kind of what a lot of people are thinking is, do we push this tornado warning into McDonald County? They got a little bit of time before they have to make that decision. The circulation still looks strong in Oklahoma. It still looks like it's there. So that is going to be the next question that National Weather Service has to answer is, do they want to extend that tornado warning or not? Let's start to answer some of these questions you guys got about weather. I haven't done a future cast in a second. A lot of people are wondering, hey, what about this town? What about this town? What about this town? And let's pull up the future cast and start answering some of those. That's going to be, let me find the button. But guys, keep asking questions. I can see your comments. Phoenix Jade's asking, just stopped on, what's the risk at Springfield? For Springfield, I think we're looking at pretty close to midnight. That's going to be our chance to really get these stronger storms, maybe a pinch before. And we're looking at fast winds, lightning, haven't seen too much in the active hail, and then maybe a brief spin-up tornado. So the tornado chance still exists in Springfield. That is something that we're still expecting to happen. Let me go over to my graphics. That way we can give you guys timing. Here we go. This button, and this button, and this is the Futurecast. Now, I said this earlier. This is the Futurecast at, what time is it right now? It's 9:45. It's not accurate, okay? I know people like to say models are perfect, models would never be wrong, models are the best, models are saying this, models are saying that. We're asking the model at 9:48 what's going to happen at 10, and it's already wrong, okay? But the timing, it's doing all right with this timing, and it wanted it to pick up the storms in Springfield maybe a little bit before midnight. And I think that timing still holds true. I also think the area of fast winds are going to be mostly north of Highway 60, but that is still what we're expecting. This is wave 1, what we're seeing now. And then look, here comes wave 2. You see that line of storms from Joplin to Nevada to Stockton to Clinton to Warsaw. That's wave 2. That is going to move in past that midnight hour, close to 4 a.m. for places off to the west. If you're watching from the east over in Texas County or Phelps County, it could be closer to sunrise until wave 2 moves in. Once you get wave 2, that pushes out, you will be done. It is going to be a nice day on Saturday. We'll clear out these clouds into the 60s Sunday, maybe into the 70s. So it's a matter of pushing out wave 1 and wave 2. Felicity. Lebanon is about to get hit by a lightning storm. If you are watching from Lebanon, it looks right now, I'm looking at radar, it looks like Buffalo's really getting impacted right now. If we have anyone watching from Buffalo, if we have anyone watching anywhere, please let me know if you're seeing hail. Let me know if you're losing power. Let me know if there's trees down, if there's debris over the road. That's the stuff I want to know. So if you guys are getting these weather reports, please send it in to me. Give me your location. Give me what's happening into your area. This is why this is so awesome, is being able to have a chat, is you guys can tell me what's happening. We can build onto the forecast. I can verify what I think is happening with radar with you guys actually on the ground being like, hey, weatherman, guess what? You're wrong. You're saying hail and I'm not seeing hail. Hey, you're saying winds aren't bad and guess what? They are bad. So this is what we want, is to get that information of what's verifying. We got Lexi, who is also in Lebanon. They're also going to be hopefully providing us updates if things go. Let me move that down a little bit. Lexi in Lebanon, super windy. Super windy. I do want to say, some people have been asking questions. Am I sleep safe? Am I safe? I can't say an all clear at this time. So if you're in Nixa, nothing has happened for you. And I can't say, oh, you're all good. Nothing's happened. Nothing's going to happen. That's not true, because, well, here's these thunderstorms that are really starting to get active. They're starting to pick up. They're going to move into Christian County. They're going to move into Greene County. There's nothing in Republic yet. There's nothing in Springfield yet. It's because of this blob of thunderstorms just hasn't rolled on top of you. So I would say, if you are someone, I know like my dad, he is ready to go to bed at 9 p.m. It doesn't matter if it's a Friday. It's 9 p.m. That's bedtime. Dad's going to go to bed. If you are determined to go to sleep, have some type of way to get notifications on your phone. Do not rely purely on sirens. There is times where the sirens do not go off. On June 29th in Springfield, 50,000 people lost power. There wasn't one siren that went off beforehand. So if you are going to go to bed, have some way to get notifications on your phone. Our weather app does that for you. You can program it so the only time it goes off is if there's a severe thunderstorm or if there's a tornado on top of you, okay? If you got a weather radio, great. If you got another app that does it, great. You don't have to use our app, but I'm just saying, if you want a way to do it, our app will do it for you. Get some type of way if you're going to bed, because I cannot promise you we got an all clear. Especially down here in McDonald County. They're getting really close to having to decide what they're going to do on this tornado warning or not. They still haven't made a decision on if they want to push that in. Let's get some more reports. In Buffalo, just a little wind and rain. That's a good report out of Jessica. Megan's wondering, are they going to weaken at all? And the answer is yes. It is nice. Something that we're seeing on the forecast that we really like to see is that all these storms are in one big line. They're kind of holding hands, linking together, holding arms. And when they do that, all of these thunderstorms are competing for resources. All of them are competing for energy. And it's so much harder for a big tornado to form when they're competing against different energy. Can you get a tornado when they're bundled up? Yeah, but it's going to make it a little bit harder. And also, I think wave 2 is going to be less impactful than wave 1. Wave 1 is going to move in and, oh, you're getting close up on me. Wave 1 is going to move in and really turn up the atmosphere, use some of that fuel. Wave 2 will have less fuel to play on. Little rain and lightning in Ash Grove. Let's see. Strong winds and some rain in Bolivar. And yeah, this is a good report. Bolivar is, let me try to get an estimate on how fast those winds are. Oh, I do want to say, people in Joplin, there was someone in here earlier asking what's going on in Joplin. We got a flash flood warning in Joplin. We are getting reports in Joplin of flooding in the streets. A whole lot of rain came in a very short time. Flash flood warning in Joplin. I'm going to look. We do have a tower camera in that area, and I'd like to see how bad it is. If the flooding is a cause for major concern, or oh wow, guys, look at this. Let me pull up our downstream camera. Let me get that for you. This is a good shot. Of course, as soon as I go to it, there's no more. There we go. This is, oh, did you guys see that? Did you see that strike racing across the sky? This is not in Joplin, it's in downstream, so just to the west of Joplin. We're a couple miles away from Joplin. We are seeing these lightning strikes, and this is pretty close to that cell that the National Weather Service is going, do we issue a tornado warning on it? Do we issue a tornado warning or not? They're trying to make that call. Man, it is going off. Flash flood warnings in Branson. Lightning strikes about every, 10 seconds. See if we can get another one. Let's get us another good strike. Come on. Don't be camera shy. There we go. Some good lightning strikes. I am going to dip out of this. Downtown Springfield, quiet. We're waiting. Ozark, quiet. Let me look to the west, see if we can see some lightning strikes from Ozark. Not seeing too much over in Ozark. What else we got? Go back to this downstream camera. That's a really good shot with some lightnings. Watch spot. Yeah. As soon as you go to the camera, it doesn't want to take a lightning strike. But yeah, addressing tornado chances, I think we're still looking at the possibility of a brief spin-up tornado. I would say, I'm going to go back to this shot while I talk. I'd say the only place that maybe not as brief and a little bit more concerning would be the tornado warning that's in Oklahoma that's going to eventually go into McDonald County. So that's an area that we got to keep an eye out for of potentially causing some tornado damage. Maria Nider. Yeah, this shot is great, isn't it? I mean, I love it when the lightning lights up the sky and you can start to see the clouds. Let's see if we can do that for us. Oh, that was too bright. You couldn't even see the clouds behind it. But there is a lot of times where there's tornadoes on the ground and you can't tell until a lightning strike lights up the sky and you go, oh no, there it is. That's not this case. I don't think we're going to see a tornado off of this camera, but really good lightning strikes. I know people in Springfield, I was telling Jamie about this earlier. It's like every time we give out a forecast and we tell people, hey, watch out for this, they expect it to immediately happen then. Like when we got to February and we said, guys, there may be about 6 inches of snow. People woke up on that Saturday morning, they rip back their curtains and they go, oh, there's only 1 inch. It's not happening. The forecast is a bust. It's like, be patient, guys. It's coming. So with this, I need you to get patient. It is starting to move in. When am I expected to move in Springfield? I think the storms, I think the worst of it, let me word it that way, the worst of it around that midnight hour, maybe a little bit. I still think midnight's a good benchmark. I want to grab some models and be able to forecast a little bit more, but I'm kind of putting out 10 fires at once. I haven't looked at an accurate model in a little bit, but National Weather Service, we got an update out of this. National Weather Service in Springfield, they were going back and forth. Are we going to declare this? Are we going to issue it or not? And they have. This is a tornado warning into McDonald County. This, I know it's in Missouri. It's not technically our viewing area. This is technically in the viewing area of Joplin. So our sister station, KODE, KSNF. Hope I got that right. They are going to be providing coverage on this right now. If this crosses to the next row of counties over, we take jurisdiction when it gets to Berry County, Lawrence County, Carroll County. That's, I draw it in for you because I know some people can't. Right in here, if that tornado warning crosses that blue line, guys, I'm going to have to leave this OBS desk. I'm going to have to join Jamie in the weather lab, and we're going to have to do some tornado coverage. But we'll take the feed of our tornado coverage, so we'll make sure that you guys can get some type of information. But tornado warning into McDonald County. This is radar indicated. This was previously an observed tornado that went to the north of Tulsa that had a really good funnel cloud on it that was causing damages. That has moved now just into Missouri. So let's see. I'm trying to look at the chat. Anyone have... I do want to say this. A lot of people have been very anxious and scared. I think a big reason why was the governor today issued a state of emergency. If I was his weather advisor and he said, Meteorologist Matt Huffner, do you think I'd declare a state of emergency for this tornado? I'd look him in the eye and say, no, sir. This is just, it's a springtime tornado chance. So if we see tornadoes in Springfield, if we see tornadoes like the warning that we have right now in right there into McDonald County, this is not a Joplin EF5 tornado. This is not a big old massive tornado. These are some weaker spin-up tornadoes. Okay, these can knock down power lines. They can knock down trees. They can rip shingles off your roof, and now you got to call a roofer, and you got to get your insurance company, and you're mad that you got to get your insurance company. They got to get appraised, and you want them to get appraised, but they don't want to get it appraised. It's one of these things. It's not something that's going to level a city. It's not one of these massive tornado events. It's just not the right ingredients for that. But we do have the chance of a tornado. For people still wondering, I think if you are west of Highway 65, people keep asking, what about Springfield? What about Springfield? What about Springfield? Springfield is still in the place where I'm saying, yeah, we got a chance for a tornado. Okay? Not soon. Not now. We still got a little bit of time. But it's this big old blob. Let's zoom out. Look at the big picture. This big old blob right in here. Oh my gosh, that was a terrible arrow. Maybe the blob was too big. Here. This is this line of storms, and it's slowly moving further to the east. Very slowly. So this is wave 1. Wave 2 is back in here. Let's flip this camera around. Here's wave 2. You see these storms are in Kansas. This is the final wave that we have to get through. This is that second opportunity of thunderstorms. That one's sweeping down. It's coming north to south. This one's going a little bit more west to east. Yeah. I appreciate that, Jess. We try to... I don't know. We try to say what's realistic, and I understand. This is what gets me mad sometimes on Facebook is you'll see people who... are weather enthusiasts that'll be like, massive tornadoes coming, everyone watch out, big storms, and it's like, that doesn't help people. Your job isn't to scare people. Your job is to make sure that people are staying safe and taking the right precaution, and there's no reason to cry wolf. We try to keep that approach with everything. I was honestly off the last couple days, so I know Jamie and Tom weren't screaming from the top of the rafters, everyone's gonna die, tornadoes coming. That's not what we do here. And even with this, we have a tornado warning right now. And this is looking like, I mean, obviously take shelter if you're watching from McDonald County. I don't know if anyone in chat is watching from McDonald County, or we are also on CTV, but we try to keep this coverage as much information that we can. We think we have really good weather coverage. That's why we're like, all right, let's give you guys more information than the 3 minutes we're on TV. We think we stand by our forecast, and so we started a live stream at 5 o'clock today. And guys, I'm probably going to be live streaming till about 3 a.m. And then I'm going to go home, I'm going to sleep for 3 hours, and then I'm going to be at the YMCA for an event with kids where we're going to read books of Dr. Seuss. So the thing is we think we have a really good weather coverage, and we don't want to try to hide behind that. If anything, we want to spread this information as much as we can. But yeah, we have chance. It's springtime, guys. We're getting storms. We have temperatures. We're getting warm air mass. We're mixing it with a cold air mass. We got some moisture. That means we have a chance for tornadoes, but it's very normal for this time of the year. I don't think this is going to be a massive outbreak. We haven't seen that to that point. We've just seen really the only impacts have been mostly into the Lamar area. That is kind of what we're tracking. But let's kind of talk about this one at a time. I'm talking in circle. Yeah, guys, by the way, Dr. Seuss Day. Seuss Science Day, that's the term. Seuss Science Day at the YMCA tomorrow. I believe it starts at 9, and I believe it goes to 1. It may be 8:30 to 12:30, but roughly 9 to 1 at the YMCA. Tom's going to be there. Jamie's going to be there. I'm going to be there. We're doing science experiments. We got dry ice. We got clouds in a bottle. We got ping pong balls that we're going to turn into hailstones. There's going to be Dr. Seuss books that are read to kids. So if you're watching, and I know we probably have a lot of parents that are watching now, and they want to get the forecast to make sure that, hey, their kids are going to be safe throughout the night. If you want to, if they're weather enthusiasts, come on by for that. We're going to read Dr. Seuss books and do science experiments and try to have some fun. Fast wins. I want to look at Parker's shot. I haven't shown his shot off in a while. I want to do that because he was, last I heard, driving into roughly, he just got out of Stockton. He was driving into Fairplay. He's trying to trail Bolivar. And I've been watching this chat. I know we have some people that are in the Bolivar area. He's headed your way. And honestly, not seeing too many lightning strikes. That's a good change, especially when you compare that to what is happening over in downstream, where that camera is just going off again and again and again. That is looking like that has really started to progress in the right way. I'm trying to read something else. I'm sorry, guys. I'm talking while trying to read chat. And okay, National Weather Service is going to do something. Someone just asked me a question. Is the watch going to get extended? I'm listening to the National Weather Service. They are going to extend this tornado watch. It is going to include Marys. Oh, look at that lightning strike. I was about to get off of it. Never mind. We're going to stay on this for a little bit longer. Let me see if I can get this on screen for you guys. National Weather Service. Here we go. Mark Birchfield, the National Weather Service, incredible forecaster there. Great guy. Just expanded the tornado watch to Marys, Phelps, Pulaski counties until 1 a.m. So there's still some counties. Howell County isn't in it. Texas County, you're not in it. Douglas, Ozark, Oregon, Shannon, you're not in this tornado watch, but it could very easily move as the night goes on. Is that Bolivar? Where is he at right now? Someone's giving me a report. Lots of rain and wind in Bolivar, and I think we're looking at, let's get this out of here. I think we're looking at Parker and Bolivar. He's in Polk County. Going to take the rural highways to Bolivar. Okay, so not seeing debris over the road, which is good. Not seeing power lines down. That's also good. We are seeing some flashing lights, and I want to stay on this shot until we can find out what is going on up here. Also, same thing from National Weather Service. They just got a gust of 47 miles per hour over in Lebanon. What do we have here? This looks like a fire truck. I don't know. I kind of want to stay on this shot for a second. This is Humansville. Humansville. Angie, Humansville. John saying, hey, bud, that's Humansville. Courtney saying, hey, that's Humansville. It has been a minute since I've been to Humansville. People of Humansville, I owe you a trip down there. I'm trying to see what's going on here. Rain's coming down, Parker Pageant in the car trying to find out. I think he's doing the same thing I'm doing of what is going on. Emily got it too. Humansville. Looks like we have some type of fire truck pulled over the road. We have Looks like another emergency vehicle on the other side. Man, I wish he could change that shot for me a little bit. I'm sure he'll send me an update. Oh, yes. Drive the car. Yes. Come on, Brady, drive. Come on, Brady, show it off. Yeah, it's Humansville. Some people told me it's Humansville, not Bolivar. Yep, tornado warning for Anderson in that area. Tornado warning for Pineville, Anderson, Goodman. This is just across. We're not looking at the tornado warning storm, but the tornado warning is into McDonald County. We're looking at Humansville right now, and I'm trying to piece together what's happening. If I had to guess, I do not know. I'm just guessing. I would guess there's power lines down, and they're trying to stop people from driving over them. So, I'll get him to text me and tell me what's going on there. Ashley, take a drink every time you say Humansville. Humansville. You're going to be very hydrated with obviously water. It's a Friday night. I don't know why you'd be drinking anything else. One more time. Humansville is where this shot is at. Man, that is just consistent. That is. Let's go back to radar. Let's see what's happening. If I can find the right button for it. Okay, I'm going to keep an eye on this shot. That shot is right there on the side of my screen. I'm going to keep an eye on it. If things start to change, we'll pull that back up. Yep, we got it. Tornado warning storm for Anderson. Yep, that is. I'm trying to cover it now, but Anderson is not technically in our viewing area. It's not technically in our area. That's why I'm still on OBS with you, and I'm still keeping an eye on that. That shot. National Weather Service still tracking that circulation in McDonald County, so they're still seeing that. Where is it again? I missed it. This is Humansville. I think I said that probably about 15 times in 60 seconds. And I'm hoping they kind of drive by. Just tell that fire truck to move. Tell them we got a live stream with people wanting to see what's happening up here. I would guess there's probably power lines down. Especially if we take the storm tracker and we say, you know what? Maybe let's park this thing in reverse. That's my guess, is we don't even want to touch that. So, you know what? Let me do this right now. Parker Pageant. Oh, Parker's typing. Awesome. He's typing. He's telling me what is occurring. Okay, let's see. John is asking about round 1, round 2, because that's what we've been saying. Hey, 2 rounds of storms. Both of them are coming in the overnight hour. Move that back down. Do you think round 1 or round 2 will have more of a threat for tornadoes? Interesting how round 2 is coming from the northwest and the other one is coming from the southeast. Yeah, Jamie had a graphic on this, and let me take his graphic, and I can take all the credit for it, and I can say it's my graphic that I worked really hard on. But you have a system that's moving kind of with the warm front. You have winds from the south that are causing stuff to rise one way, and then the doors getting slammed the other opportunity. Here's the wonderful graphic that Jamie makes. He's really, really good at taking complicated weather things and just being like, oh yeah, this is going to happen. And you're like, oh, that makes sense. Well, I don't know why I was confused. Router. I need to get the router and show this off. Okay. So here's the setup for today. Those red polygons you're seeing, those are tornado watches that have been issued. I know some people, South Central Missouri, North Central Arkansas, you're not under that red box. You're not under a tornado watch, but that can change, especially as this gets closer. Tracking 2 waves, all right? Wave 1 is the one that's right on top of us right now. It's the one that's about to be on Springfield, and I still think midnight's a good pace. Maybe a little bit earlier than midnight. That's a good estimate, all right? Wave 2 is what's in Kansas City, what's in Kansas, and Wave 2 is going to slam out. It's also going to try to push Wave 1. So look at how this evolves. Wave 2, Jamie, he made the graphic. He didn't make the graphic how I wanted him to make the graphic. Shame on him. But Wave 1 will push out. We're looking at Wave 1. This is what's on Radar Mega. This is Wave 1. And right back here, here's your Wave 2. So that's those 2 different waves that are moving in. And I know for a lot of people, especially if you're in South Central Missouri, if you're in Republic, in Springfield, in Rogersville, in Ozark, in Nixa, and Branson, you haven't seen much. That's because the waves haven't reached you yet. So the forecast is still on pace. I'd say the only change is this is going much slower than has been expected. But this is still a big old box on that severe thunderstorm warning. Let me try to answer some of these questions. Here we go. I appreciate sometimes you never know what you're going to get in the comment section, and sometimes you guys just get absolutely wild, but it seemed to be a little bit more civilized. Pouring rain right now, wind north of Lebanon. Yeah. I mean, that comment's probably coming from right in here, where that makes sense. Kind of that leading edge is moving in. Should we be outside watching the sky now or later? It doesn't matter what I say. I imagine, most men under the or over the age of 47 are already on their front porch, hand on hips, saying stuff like, "We needed this rain." Great one to do that if you're from Springfield. Your opportunity to be out on your porch right now and to look. This is awesome if you're from Springfield. You can just look to the north and you can see everyone having a really bad time right now, and you're just totally fine. That's for now. But it's not too far from Springfield. I have not looked outside of a window since I think 3:42. But I assume I want to go to the tower cameras. Did I never answer your question? Oh my gosh, I never answered the question. I got so distracted by it that I never answered the question. Wave 1 is going to be the stronger of the two waves. Sorry. And I didn't want to try to politician my way out of it where I just talk in circles and then I go on to the next question. Wave 1, what we're seeing now is the stronger of the two waves. The atmosphere is calm, especially in Springfield and a lot of areas. Think it's almost like a pool of water. The water is calm, it's level. And then wave 1 comes in, it makes it all choppy and crazy. And then wave 2 comes in afterwards and it's used up some of this energy. It's used up some of the fuel that we have for storms. So wave 1 will be the more impactful of the two. I still think both waves have a chance to get a tornado. If we see a tornado out of wave 2, it's going to be very weak. It's going to be an EF0. It's going to be a spin up. It's going to be one of those tornadoes that are on the ground for minutes at a time. It's not going to be anything as massive because most of this energy is going to move up. Okay. I do want to look at this tornado warned storm. I don't know if we have anyone watching from over in Pineville. I'm entertaining. Thank you. I'm glad I can make weather entertaining. That's what I try to do. I try to make weather fun, and honestly, I try to have fun here. And every once in a while, I'll get an email from like a 70-year-old man and be like, "You need to stand at the green screen, stand still, shut up, and say the weather forecast." You get all excited telling the weather. I'm like, yeah, because this is cool. I was like, how do you not get excited? Take a drink of water. Guys, if you have questions, two things I really want to know is if you are seeing something, if you're seeing hail, if you're seeing fast winds, if you're seeing flooding, if you're seeing a tree down on your neighbor's yard, if you're seeing shingles ripped off, let me know. That's something that needs to get passed on. And, oh my. Speaking of which, I just got a report of something that needs to be known. This is from the emergency manager out in Newton County. Gust of 78 miles per hour. They had a gust of 78 miles per hour. That is about a weak EF1, a strong EF0 tornado. That is very fast. Oh, thank you. See what Parker said? Yeah, I got distracted. Over in Humansville. Any guesses? I got the answer. What did Parker see in Humansville? Any guesses in the chat? Let's go back to this shot. He just left. From Parker, he said, power line down in Humansville. Fire confirmed it. Only one person impacted. I don't know what that means by one person impacted. I don't know if that means one person injured. I don't mean if that means only one person doesn't have power. But power line's down. That was what was over the road. That's why they stopped them from driving over it. They also said it wouldn't take long to fix, which is good. So that was a power line down. They're back on the road. I think his goal was to head. Let me read back up. His goal was to try to get to Bolivar. Well, yeah, I think his goal was to try to get to Bolivar, and I don't know if that's still his goal. Yeah, whoever guessed, we got a winner. Ashley, you got it too. Power line down. Is your name on Facebook really nay? Not a tornado. Power lines down in Humansville. Parker was able to show that off. Jamie is actually joining us. What time is it? Oh my gosh. It's Jamie, let me get you on here.
Yeah, so what
Hold on, one sec. Okay, we can hear you. Let me show you off.
So what I wanted to do is I wanted to talk about this storm coming across McDonald County right now. I'm concerned that that storm is going to maintain itself. And the reason why I'm concerned that it is, and that we could see maybe some intensification of that cell, is this big wave of storms that's moved across western Missouri. It's left behind a boundary that is draped from, say, I'd say, the Neosho area, north of the interstate. That boundary, it looks like this storm is going to ride right up that boundary. It's moving northeast along that boundary, so it's going to continue to evolve along that boundary. That's a favored spot. If you want to see a supercell,
Still been untouched.
And it's on the southern. I mean, yeah, there's nothing east and south of it. So my concern is that we have a tornado warning right now in McDonald County. I think we may see that storm maintain intensity here southeast in Neosho, and then tracks up toward maybe Monette, west of Monette, into southwest Lawrence County, Mount Vernon, Aurora, kind of in the general direction of where the storm is ultimately going to head. And I really believe, kind of based on just where the storm is going to be moving through, that it will probably hold together.
Look at that velocity. Switch that to velocity. I think we're on your control.
Well, and the other thing, too, you probably saw this, 78-mile-per-hour gusts reported near Goodman.
They just upped it, Jamie. Let me show off what they changed it to. They got another update for us, and it's not 78. It's now 81. 81 in Newton.
They had an 81-mile-per-hour gust there?
That was 22:19, so that was last minute.
Yeah, so, 81-mile-per-hour gusts, I don't think that's... I think that is related to it looks like a new warning just came in. This is further downstream. This isn't quite into our viewing area, but
still not in our area.
It's in the Neosho area, so southeast of Joplin. So new tornado warning. Let's see what it says. They still got it, hail maybe up to quarter size. They've still got it moving now northeast at 45 miles per hour.
This is if you're in Neosho. Well, especially Goodman. Let's start with what's closest. Goodman is closest. That's the area you probably need to be taking shelter. This looks like the rotation is in between Neosho and Goodman. If I had to pinpoint that, Jamie, that's where it's eventually going to push through, is between those two places of
if you want to go
Goodman.
If you want to go to
let me get your
view,
feed back up.
We'll go ahead. I mean, the circulation is pretty apparent.
Yeah.
This is what we're looking at right there. That's the circulation. There's Goodman. West of Goodman is where this radar indicated tornado. So we're seeing a circulation, but we don't have yet at this moment any observations of a tornado, whether from a person or through radar.
There was a report of a firefighter saying he thinks he saw a wall cloud.
Yeah.
It's so hard to tell, and we were looking at this earlier. If these tower camera shots, you got to wait for a flash of lightning just for it to light up, and then you got to look. And so sometimes you can get deceived by what is just a normal cloud, and you're like, oh, that's. But those are fast winds, no doubt.
Yeah, and I think that 81-mile-per-hour winds, I think that's probably related to that circulation. I don't think it's necessarily a tornado on the ground, but you could be looking at the rear flank downdraft kind of wrapping around the underside of that circulation, generating really strong wind gusts of over 80 miles per hour.
There are some people in confusion about where this is. Some people are thinking that this is for Springfield. Some people thinking that this is for Republic. It's not. This is
Newton. So northwest McDonald going into south central and southeast Newton County.
Yep. So want to clear that up. This is Neosho. This is Goodman. This isn't even at Monette. So it could eventually move that way. I think that's what Jamie is saying is, hey, I'm seeing something that this could ride for a little bit longer, but yeah, not in our viewing area yet. I do want to say, guys, if you are watching the stream, when there is a tornado warning that gets into our viewing area, me and Jamie are going to break in on TV. We're going to be there on Color. We're going to be there on Fox. We're going to be there on Kazel. And we'll keep this stream up. Okay, it will change with how we're doing it. You're going to get the live feed of what we're doing on TV. You're not going to have me and Jamie sitting here and talking about my TJ Maxx tie, or we're talking about different jokes. We're going to have to be on TV doing that type of coverage. We will keep this live stream up throughout that whole time, so you can continue. You can ask questions. I'll try to answer those questions, but be pretty busy, so I may not be able to get to all of them. That is still looking like that system is.
Yeah, I mean, so I went ahead and I drew kind of a rough line. This is the direction I think that circulation is going to tend to follow. So it goes just south of Neosho, southeast of Neosho, but it's going to head roughly in the direction of Pierce City, then beyond Pierce City, roughly in the direction of Mount Vernon. So again, just trying to give a heads up to folks downstream, Lawrence County, northern Berry County, particularly say Monette, and then on the other side of the county line into Lawrence County. That area is probably going to be next that may be tornado warned. And it looks like this circulation is maintaining itself at least. And my concern is, again, the storms that have moved into western Missouri have left behind a boundary that is draped roughly along the corridor that this circulation is going to move along. And that is a favored zone. Like if you want to see a supercell intensify, they tend to intensify when they interact with boundaries, low-level boundaries. So that's why I'm concerned that we're going to see this thing at least maintain itself, if not maybe intensify further as it moves northeast.
Yeah. Laura, we're saying the same thing. If you're in the Neosho Goodman area, you need to be taking shelter. Winds, we got a reported wind gust of 80 miles per hour. So even if the tornado doesn't hit you, winds are very fast. If you're in Springfield, you don't need to get into shelter. If you're in Republic, you don't need to get to shelter from this. This is still far away from us in Springfield. We're still got quiet skies in Springfield. But yeah, some people are saying, hey, I got family in Neosho. This is the time that text them, call them, or even send them the stream. So we are going to really still have coverage throughout this. We don't want to leave anyone high and dry. This is a good chance to kind of let people know, hey, if you want information, you can do this. I know we are traditionally, you think of me and Jamie as TV meteorologists, but we know in these situations, not everyone has a TV. Not everyone is going to turn on a TV, and we want people to get information regardless if you got a satellite dish or not. So this is over in Neosho area. We're still watching, surprisingly, severe thunderstorm warnings starting to disappear.
Yeah. Well, that leading surge, I mean,
nowhere
that came across
near as
Lamar.
fast.
Yeah. Well, it's that is kind of broadened out. It's weakened. But Matt, what I was pointing out with this storm in McDonald County, I mean, just look, you can see where the southern edge of this line of storms is, right? That supercell is going to track right along that boundary. And again, that's just an area that's why I think that storm is probably going to at least maintain itself. And I think that we're going to find that tornado warning probably expanded downstream into Lawrence County and maybe northern Berry County. So, yeah, and my hope is that we don't see this storm intensify, because that's my fear, is that as this storm interacts with that leftover boundary, that we may see some intensification.
Yeah. Starting to get more active. And this is the same system that produced a tornado north of Tulsa. That's that same core. It hasn't been on the ground the whole time, but it's the remnants of that is now just getting into our area.
I was going to say, too,
it is also looking really good. I do want to say, for people north of I-44, things are looking good. So we are focusing on this little area over in McDonald and Newton County. It's relatively quiet. I mean, there's still some decent thunderstorms north of I-44, but none of that looks tornadic. none of that is as fast as what it was. It used to have winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. That is getting down to a little bit more manageable levels. It's Jamie, you're focusing on this area as a boundary is going to push in. It's going to provide a chance for the storm to continue and to ride along.
Yeah, and you know, we haven't seen a lot of really large hail out of these storms, but this would be the type of storm that could do it. And I did see, like, in one scan, you know, there was a little jump in hail size that was being projected by our radar data up to 2 inches. So, you know, so far, I think the worst that we've seen is maybe quarter size. We could get some bigger hail than that out of this particular storm that's south of Neosho right now.
Gonna need that system to calm down before it gets here. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you on that one. I'm not going to be arguing against it. Well, I think it's another report, dime-size hail in Tiff City.
Which would have been with that storm.
That is that storm.
Yeah. I would be surprised if there wasn't larger hail than that. Maybe not in Tiff City, but in the vicinity of Tiff City.
Yeah.
So.
Also, getting a text from our weather watcher, Brad Stowe.
He's up in northern Polk County in the Goodman area.
Yeah, I imagine it's coming down really good on him right now. But do want to clarify, this is wave 1. I think wave 1's going to be the stronger of the two waves. Wave 2 is back here. So we're can't give an all clear until we get past wave 1 and we get past wave 2. And these storms are still in Kansas. So it's going to be a long night for me and you, Jamie. We got pizza that has been delivered to the Colorton Studios, and we're going to need to try to eat that.
You know, watching that storm south of Neosho, it looks like it's now into the circulation's now into southern Newton County. It does look weaker, and I hope that that's the trend. I hope this thing like just fades away. But I would say
that is a good scan. Yeah. That is a lot better.
Yeah, but you know, just based on where it is and the boundary that it's moving up, I won't be surprised if that thing doesn't maintain itself. But this is a good sign, and hopefully that trend continues.
This is to the south of Neosho. Once again, I know there's some people watching the stream. I don't think I've heard anyone say, like, I'm from Neosho, but I've heard a lot of people be like, oh, I got family there. I got friends there. My son is there. Send them this stream just to be like, hey, want to let you know you're safe. Hey, this is going to be some coverage, so we're going to let you know when it's safe, when it's not, when it is. Things have really started to improve. If you're into McDonald County, I think that rotation has moved out. It is still pouring rain. I imagine lightning is crazy in McDonald County. Winds are still fast, but I'm not seeing anything in McDonald County right now that says tornado. Neosho. It's this scan that Jamie was talking about. This is getting better. This is not as strong as what it was 5 minutes ago. This is getting weaker. Let's hope it stays that way, but this is just to the south of Neosho. So this is over by the airport. This is the conservation center, the golf club. This is where that expected tornado would be. The World War II ruin, the Quality Inn, the Walmart Supercenter, the Walmart tornado warning right on top of you at the Walmart. So if you're watching from Neosho, it's the south side of town by the Walmart, by the Quality Inn. This is where we're seeing that scan, and I'm honestly hoping we can get another scan because I really want to see.
You want to see if it continues. If
I want to see it continuing to fall apart. So that is.
And then further southwest, I mean, we look down into northeast Oklahoma, and there's thunderstorms, but
let me take
nothing that looks overly organized right now. So, you know, hopefully we can keep this going. Down toward the south of Muskogee, McAllister area, it looks like we do have a severe warning storm that's kind of out on its own. So these are the storms that are going to continue to kind of, you know, be a thorn in our side as we watch them develop and then move into Arkansas and then potentially move into Missouri overnight tonight.
Well, that's not good. Marty says she was watching the stream and then kind of had to switch last minute because their stream went down.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Let me flip it. Jamie has to go on for the very end of the show. They got to close it. He's got to be like, hey, watch out, people. Storms could still be possible for tonight. And then I imagine he's going to get right back in here. But let me go back to this router shot. I do want to stress, guys, this tornado warning is not technically in our viewing area. I know we have people watching that got family and friends and know people that are into Neosho, but once this kind of crosses, switch it over to reflectivity. Once this crosses the next county over, then we're going to break in on TV. Here's that line. Once this tornado warning, if it goes past and gets on the other side of the line, that's when we're going to have to break into coverage. We are going to take this live stream. You can continue on this live stream. I will pull it up. You're going to see Jamie at the wall. You're going to see me in there. We're going to provide you guys updates. We'll be there on TV until that tornado warning disappears. And then we'll come back on here. We'll talk about, hey, what happened? Hey, is there still chances for tornadoes? Hey, let's recap it. So that is what the plan is. Someone's still wondering, hey, about Neosho. Let's look at that scan because it has gotten better, and I want to see if that's still the case. Still there. I mean, it's still a lot better than what it was, though. You see that? I can't. Of course, I can't get to pause. But right around I-49, right before it crossed it, that's when it had that deep, almost apple red, very tight circulation, and now it's starting to broaden out. It's still at the point that I think this warning is absolutely warranted. The National Weather Service needs to keep this up because we see them all the time. Strengthen and loosen, strengthen and loosen, strengthen and loosen. So someone's asking, yeah, Maddie, you're asking about a future cast. Let's do that for you. I want to do it quick, though. I don't want to lose sight of the storm that's over in Neosho. Let me get that pulled up. I'll get that in just a second. But yeah, this is starting to get a little bit more active. I know it's quiet in Springfield. I know some people are not seeing too much. Yeah, if let me show your comment off, Emma. You're doing a great job. If people are watching from Neosho, you need to take shelter. This circulation it's looking a lot better. Okay, it is looking a lot better. It looked bad when it was along I-49. It is starting to not spin as fast. It is now, if there was a tornado, it would be to the southeast of Neosho. So south side of town, that's where the Walmart is. That's where the Quality Inn is. That's where World War II ruin is. It's now kind of leaving Neosho, that southeast side of town, getting closer to New